What's going on, my dear friends? Today in this video, let's learn and master the Angular framework's latest version. So let's get started. Welcome back everyone. I am excited to share this completely updated Angular course designed specifically with beginners in mind. We'll be diving into the fundamentals, exploring the latest Angular features, and building practical projects to solidify your understanding. This is just the first part of a comprehensive series, so stay tuned for more in-depth lessons and exciting challenges. So let's get started on this learning journey together. So guys, when we develop a website, we have to consider two sides, the front end or the client side and the back end or the server side. The front end loads inside the browser and the server side will load inside the server, right? So the end user will see only this front end side of our website inside the browser. So guys, in a website, the front end will handle the user interaction and the back end or the server side will handle all the data response. We build the front end traditionally using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Hope you guys already know about this. So guys, we use HTML to build the structure of our web page and use CSS to make our web page or the website user friendly by adding colors, fonts, layouts and so on. So using JavaScript, we make our website functional. Think this is something like the human body, the barebone or the skeleton structure of a human body is similar to our web page HTML structure. The CSS is something like our skin and or our dresses, and JavaScript is like our brain. So in our body, the main command center is the brain, right? So like that, we handle our website commands and the user experience using the JavaScript. For example, if we want to show an alert when the user clicks on a button, we use this JavaScript. If the user wants to change the color of the website by clicking a button, so we can also do this by using JavaScript. So guys, in JavaScript, we call this DOM manipulation. So the DOM stands for Document Object Module inside of the web browser. So hope you guys know about this. If any of you guys don't know about JavaScript, you guys can learn about JavaScript with my JavaScript full course. You can find the links in the description. Alright, so guys, manipulating this DOM using the JavaScript is not an easy task. It's very buggy and time consuming. So as a solution for this, big companies like Google and Meta, formerly we call this Facebook, right? So came up with their own solutions for this. So Google developed and introduced Angular and Meta developed and introduced React. So guys, the biggest question is, what is this Angular? So guys, Angular is a front-end library built using JavaScript, developed and maintained by Google. So guys, please carefully note this. Angular is not something new. It is built using JavaScript, not any something new programming language, right? So the main objective behind this Angular framework is to speed up and improve the developer experience. So guys, when we're developing an Angular app, basically we used the same approach, HTML, CSS and JavaScript with a little bit of syntax changes. The only thing is we don't need to write all the JavaScript codes from scratch. Angular framework has pre-built method and techniques for this. If you guys are familiar with CSS frameworks like Tailwind CSS or Bootstrap CSS, and we have to make a text color to something red, by using these CSS frameworks, we can make this text red by just simply adding the text color red utility class to our HTML element. So we don't need to write the CSS codes from scratch. So Angular also the same like this. For example, think if you want to show something dynamically, load the username inside of this h1 tag. In pure JavaScript, first we have to give an ID to this h1 tag. Then we have to capture the h1 tag using the get element by id method, right? So after this, we have to insert the username inside the h1 tag using inner HTML JavaScript method. But guys, in Angular, we can simply load this username value inside the h1 tag, something like this. Inside of two curly brackets, we can simply access this variable, and this will render this username inside the browser view. So we don't need to write lines of codes like pure JavaScript. So this is what I was trying to tell you guys. Angular is a JavaScript front-end framework that is used to develop web applications more robustly. So hope you guys got the idea. So guys, what is this SPA? This SPA stands for Single Page Application. A single page application is an app that doesn't need to reload the page during its use and works within a browser. Think of the apps we use daily: Facebook, Google Maps, Gmail, Twitter, Google Drive, or even GitHub. All these are examples of SPA applications. Let me show you an example. Go to the gmail.com. After you log in to your Gmail account, you can see your inbox and click one of your emails. If you look at this carefully, you can see this will open. You can see this will open the email without refreshing the page. This is what single page application. So what is going on here? So guys, most of the resources of a SPA application needs like HTML, CSS scripts are loaded at the launch of the app and don't need to be reloaded during the usage. The only thing that can change is the data that is transmitted to and from the server. As a result, the application is very responsive to the user's queries and doesn't have to wait for client-server communication all the time. One of the best advantages of SPA is the user experience and the speed. The user enjoys the natural environment of the app without having to wait for the page to reload and other things. You remain on the same page, which is powered by JavaScript programming language. So we can build or develop SPAs with most of the modern JavaScript front-end frameworks, including Angular. So guys, we can identify Angular apps as a SPA or single page applications. The Angular CLI is a command line interface tool that is used to initialize, develop, scaffold, and maintain Angular applications directly from a command shell. In other words, if you can remember, I told you that Angular is a JavaScript framework. This framework has default pre-built files. So in order to work with Angular, we need those files and techniques. With the help of this Angular CLI, we can create an Angular new application without any problem with a single line of command. Not only that guys, but browser also doesn't know Angular. So at the end of the day, we have to compile Angular to JavaScript, or we have to build an Angular app to production. So we can build the Angular app using the Angular CLI. Likewise, we can update, maintain, scaffold, develop an Angular app using this Angular CLI. So hope you guys got the idea. So guys, in order to use Angular CLI, first we have to install Angular CLI globally on our computer. To install Angular CLI, we need Node Package Manager. So the Node Package Manager bundled with the Node.js. So go to the Node.js org and simply download and install this recommended version of the Node.js. So after this installed, we can install the Angular CLI. So all we have to do is just run this command inside your command prompt or the terminal. So the command is npm install -g @angular/CLI. If you're on a Mac, add sudo beginning of this command. Otherwise, you guys may get security permission errors. So PC users don't need to modify anything, just simply run this command. So this command will install Angular CLI on our computer globally. This G flag stands for global. Okay, this npm is the node package manager, and this is the installing package name Angular CLI. So hit enter to execute this command. Alright guys, we have installed Angular CLI on our computer. Now we can use the Angular CLI commands to work with Angular framework. Perfect. Alright, now we have installed the Angular CLI. So now we can generate a new Angular app using the Angular CLI. So guys, before we begin, in order to generate our new Angular application, we need a project folder. So for this course, I will create my project folder inside my computer desktop. So it will be easy for me to demonstrate this process. So guys, this is not mandatory to create the project folder always inside the desktop. You guys can create this wherever you guys want when you're working with real-world Angular projects. For this course only, please follow these steps exactly same as mine. So you guys also create your project folder inside the desktop so we can prevent unnecessary bugs and errors. Okay, inside my desktop I created this folder and named it Angular full course. Now inside this we'll generate our Angular application. So let's restart the previous command prompt. Now inside this we can run the Angular CLI command. Before we run the Angular CLI command, first thing first we have to navigate our command prompt path to our project folder. So for this we can use the cd command. So inside this, first navigate to the desktop. So cd and desktop, hit enter. Now we are inside the desktop. So after this again cd, and the project folder name is Angular full course. Hit enter. Now as you guys can see here, we are inside our project folder. Awesome, right? So now let's generate our first Angular project. So guys, in order to generate new Angular project, we have to use the Angular CLI. So the Angular CLI command is ng. And in order to generate a new Angular app, we have to use the new command. So ng new. After this, we have to pass the project name, something first Angular app. Guys, keep this in your mind when we naming our Angular projects. Don't use spaces between project name words, right? So something like this, first space Angular space app. As a good practice, instead of space, use dashes, or we can use the camel case naming convention. Something like this. First letter is lowercase and each other words start with uppercase letters. First with lowercase f, and after this second word Angular with uppercase A, and the app with uppercase A. So between these words, no spaces. Okay. I prefer usually the slash method. So I remove this and the project name is first dash Angular dash app. So you guys can either use the camel case naming or the dash naming method. But once again, keep this in your mind. Don't use spaces. Alright, so this is the command for creating a new Angular app using the Angular CLI. So after this, hit enter to execute this command. Now as you guys can see here, the Angular CLI is asking that with our Angular project, which method of CSS are we going to use? The raw CSS or CSS preprocessors like SCSS, SAS or less. So guys, in our case, we will use the CSS throughout of this course. So select the first option, CSS, and hit enter. By the way guys, you guys can navigate throughout this using the arrow up and down keys, right? So now we have another option to enable the server-side rendering or the SSR in our Angular project. So guys, this is our first Angular project. In this section, we are not focusing on the SSR or the server-side rendering. So simply give no to this. I know guys, this SSR is maybe something new to you. Don't worry about that. In later sections, we will cover up A to Z about this in detail. So give no to this. Just type N and hit enter. Now guys, this will generate our new Angular app by downloading all the required files and dependencies. This may take several seconds to minutes depending on your PC or the internet speed. Alright guys, we successfully generated our first Angular app. So now inside the project folder, we can see our first Angular project. Inside this folder, we can see these folders and files. So guys, don't worry about these files and folders. I'll be going through each and every folder and file in detail in the later section. So in this lecture, let's see how to run our Angular app and reload inside the browser. So guys, let's open this inside our code editor, which is VS Code. So we can open this, right click on the Angular project folder and select this option, open with VS Code. Or we can open the VS Code first and we can open the project by navigating through the VS Code menu options. So once we open this inside the VS Code, we can see all our Angular files and folders inside this VS Code file tree. We'll come back to this in a later section. Now let's see how to compile this Angular project and open this inside the web browser. For this also guys, we can use the Angular CLI command. So how do we do that? So Angular CLI is a command line tool, right? So in order to run the Angular CLI command, we need a command prompt. So like the previous that we run the engineer command, right? So like that we can use the command prompt. So for this, as usual, first we have to navigate to the project folder, cd desktop, cd Angular full course, then again in order to run the CLI command, we have to navigate inside our Angular project as well. So after this, we can run the app from this path. But guys, this is a bit annoying, right? For this, we have a simple solution. We can use the VS Code's integrated terminal. So what is this integrated terminal? Guys, this is not something new. This is also the same default command prompt in our computer. But with this, we directly open our command prompt inside our project folder. So no need to navigate to the project path from the beginning. So let's see this in action. We can open the integrated terminal by going to the View menu and selecting this terminal option. The shortcode for this is this control or the command key with the tilde symbol. So click on this terminal option and this will open the integrated terminal, bottom of the VS Code. So guys, I am using Windows. So by default, this open the PowerShell, but this PowerShell will not work with ng or the Angular CLI commands. So I change this to Windows command prompt. We can change this by clicking this drop down and select the command prompt. This will open a new command prompt. So now I don't need the PowerShell, so I can delete this by clicking this trash icon. Perfect. So now we have successfully opened the VS Code integrated terminal. Next, let's run our Angular app. For this, as I said previous, we can use the Angular CLI. So inside this terminal, run the Angular CLI command. So what is the Angular CLI command for this? Yes, of course, it's ng. Now, in order to run the application, we have the serve command in Angular CLI. So if you can remember, we used the new command to generate the new Angular app. So likewise, we can use the serve command to run our Angular application. So after this, ng type serve. Hit enter to execute this command. So guys, this will compile our Angular app and run our Angular app on a local development server. At the initial run, this may take a bit long. Wait until this finish. Once it has done, down here you can see this local development server URL, localhost 4200. By default, Angular application will run on this 4200 port. Okay. Now we can access our Angular application by visiting to this URL. So copy this and paste this inside the browser. So guys, throughout this course, I will be using Google Chrome as my default browser. So you guys also use Google Chrome to follow this course. So this will minimize unnecessary bugs and errors. Alright, so inside the Google Chrome's address bar, I paste the Angular development server URL localhost colon 4200 and hit enter. This will load the application. As you guys can see here, this loaded the Angular default boilerplate design. So guys, this is the default view of our Angular project. Perfect, right? So guys, this is how we run Angular applications. So guys, in the previous lecture, we successfully ran and loaded our Angular application inside our web browser, which is Google Chrome, right? So guys, some of you may wonder why we have to run our Angular app using the Angular CLI. So guys, when we learned what is Angular, I told you guys that Angular is a front-end framework built using JavaScript, right? So this is not new. Most of the time, we'll write all the logics in JavaScript, but Angular has some of its own unique syntaxes for manipulating the DOM. For example, let's look at the same example that we used before. So let's see this. So guys, for this I have created a separate project folder called JavaScript example, and inside this I have created an index.html file. So let's use this for our JavaScript example. I already opened this inside of another VS Code window. So now let's focus on the example. I created an h1 tag inside the body, and so in JavaScript, if I want to load text inside of an h1 tag dynamically, first thing first, I have to define an ID for this h1 tag, right? So after that, I have to capture this using the JavaScript document module. Inside of the script scope, document.getElementById and assign this to a variable something title. So now after that, we have to append the text that we want to show inside the h1 tag using the JavaScript append method, right? So guys, I am moving a little fast on these pure JavaScript codes because I hope you guys all have a basic knowledge of JavaScript, and explaining JavaScript code from basic is not the scope of this course. So in any case, any of you guys don't understand this, just leave it. I'm just using this JavaScript code only in this lecture to explain how Angular works behind the scenes. Alright, so now let's open this inside the browser. Very simple. Go to the project folder and double click on this. This will open this index.html file inside our default browser directly. In here, we can see our h1 text loaded using JavaScript. Guys, this is the traditional way of doing this using vanilla JavaScript. But in Angular, we can do this something like this. So let's write this code in our Angular project. Guys, just look at this code. I'm just going to explain how Angular codes work behind the scenes. You don't need to follow the code or understand these codes. Okay, we will learn how to do this all in Angular in later sections. This is just for the example. Okay. Alright, so inside the app component ES file, we got our boilerplate code. For now, I removed all the code, and inside this, I created our h1 tag. Now what I want to do is, I want to load this heading tags text dynamically. So inside the app component ES file, I create the variable something called title, and I assign the text, something this dynamic title. Now I want to load this title variable inside the view. For this, we do something like this. Inside the h1, we use two curly brackets. We can pass the variable name that we want to show inside the view. Now, between these, we can pass the variable name that we want to show inside the view. So as you guys can see here, we can see our h1 text inside the browser. So guys, the question is how this loaded inside the view. When we use JavaScript, the browser knows JavaScript codes. So the browser will automatically compile the JavaScript code and load the view inside the browser. In a vanilla JavaScript project, we will not run any extra command line code to execute the JavaScript code inside the browser, and we just simply open the HTML file inside the browser directly, right? So because the browser only understands HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Browser doesn't know about Angular codes. So therefore, first thing first, we have to convert the Angular codes into browser-friendly JavaScript code. For example, in here we use something shorter version of special Angular syntax to load the text inside the h1 tag. So this is the Angular syntax. In order to run this inside the browser, we have to convert this code into a JavaScript code. This is what the ngserve does. When we run the ngserve Angular CLI command, Angular compiler will convert not only this one syntax, but the entire Angular project into a browser-friendly HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So that's why we need an extra step to load an Angular app inside of a browser. So some of you guys may wonder, if we again convert this Angular code into a JavaScript code, what is the use of Angular other than writing vanilla JavaScript? Guys, not only Angular, but all other front-end frameworks have also been developed to speed up the development process of a web application. Think if we write this using only vanilla JavaScript, we have to write several lines of codes. But in Angular, we did this within this simple Angular syntax. This just only a simple example. Guys, no words to say how Angular and other front-end frameworks improved the developer experience. While you guys following this course, you guys will understand the use of this Angular framework. Hope you guys got the idea. Perfect. Let's move on to the next chapter. Alright, in this lecture, let's look at our Angular project's file structure. When we learning Angular, it's important to know what are these files inside of an Angular project and what is use of these files. So let's go through this file structure one by one. As you guys can see here, inside the file tree, we can see a few folders and files. So first we can see this .angular folder. So guys, what is this? This is the folder where an Angular stores or cache the Angular project compiled data. As you guys know, in order to run this Angular project, we have to build or compile using the ngserve command. So when we run this app first time or in the initial stage, this will automatically create this .angular folder and store basic information, file paths, and required metadata details inside of JSON files. So after that, Angular compiler speed up the build-up process by using these cache files. This is the simple use case of this .angular folder. Guys, we don't need to worry about this folder because we will not touch this folder. This folder is only used by Angular compiler. Wait, let's see what will happen if I delete this folder and serve the Angular application again. As you guys can see here, this automatically created this folder again. So this is what I was trying to tell you. This file is created and used by the Angular compiler. Alright, let's move on to the next folder. We have the .vs Code folder, which is this also like the .angular folder. This folder is nothing about Angular. This is created by VS Code, our code editor, by default to store the necessary VS Code configurations for this particular Angular project. So next we got the node modules folder. Guys, this is not like the other folders. This folder is very important. The total Angular ecosystem is stored under this folder. So in simple, all the required dependencies and all the Angular frameworks files are stored inside this folder. So if I expand this, inside this, as you guys can see here, we have so many folders and files. These all files are required by the Angular framework. So without these files, Angular will not work. Wait, I'll show you this. I just simply delete this folder. As you guys can see here, once the delete process is completed, we got some compile errors inside the terminal. And also inside the browser, our app broke or crashed. If I try to reserve our Angular project, as you guys can see here, we get some compile errors stating that there are missing files. So this is what I try to explain to you guys. In order to work with Angular, we need this folder. But guys, we will not touch this folder as well. This folder will be totally maintained by our Angular framework. You don't need to touch this folder. Okay, hope you guys got the idea. Alright, next we got the src folder. I'll skip this for now and we'll come back to this in a minute because this is another very important folder in Angular, right? So next down here we have some files. Let's go through these files one by one. The first file that we can see here, the editor config file. This file also contains configuration details about the code editor. This file is also not very important. Next we have the .gitignore file. This file is basically dealing with the Git version control. This file specifies that which files or folders should ignore when we're dealing with version controls. So don't worry about this. We have a dedicated section about this Git version control. In that section, you guys will get used to this. Okay, next we have the angular.json file. Guys, this is the heart of an Angular project. This file contains and controls all the dependencies structure of our Angular application. And also this contains how to compile our application and more details. This is like the brain of our Angular application. This file is very important. As you guys can see here, this contains the index file of our Angular app. As you guys can see here, this contains all the details about our Angular application. We have to upload the compiled Angular files, where is our assets, what is our style sheet, and Angular configurations details and more. So guys, as I said, without this file, Angular is like a living dead man, like a zombie. So therefore, this file is very important. Also guys, we will not touch this file as well. We will not modify or remove anything inside this file. Otherwise, this will lead us to unnecessary problems and bugs. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so let's move on to the next file. Next down here, we got this package.json file and package.json file. Guys, this contains all the dependencies and packages that are required for our Angular project. First, let's look at the package.json file. As you guys can see here, this has a few JSON objects. At the top, we have some meta details about our Angular application and our application name. If you guys remember, we named our Angular project name as this when we're generating our Angular application using the Angular CLI, right? So next down here, we have the version number and we got the script details. Actually, what is this? Nothing much guys. If you guys can remember, we use the ngserve command to run our Angular application. So this ngserve command is defined here. So guys, not only the ng command, we can simply use the start command also to run our Angular application. So let's see this in action. So guys, for the Angular CLI, we use the ng command, but for this package JSON script, we have to use the node package manager. So inside the terminal, run this command npm. So this command is for the node package manager, right? So the script is this start. Now hit enter. As you guys can see here, we are getting some compile errors. Why are we getting this? If you guys can remember, in the previous lecture, we deleted the node modules folder. That's why we are getting these errors. For now, just simply ignore these errors. We'll come back to this in a minute. So as you guys can see here, when this npm start command executing, this will look inside the package.json file, start script, and execute the start script value, which is the ngserve command. So if I change the command to something test, again, let's execute this npm start. As you guys can see here, this time this executed the test command that we defined here. So this test is not a valid command, so that's why we are getting this error. Hope you guys got the idea. So like this, the all of other commands also same as this. When we develop an Angular application, either we can use the ng commands or we can simply use the npm or this package JSON commands. But even if we run these npm commands, but in the end, this is running the same ng or the Angular CLI commands. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright, next we can see the dependencies JSON object and this dev dependencies JSON object. So guys, this is the total collection of dependencies that we need for this Angular project. As you guys know, I deleted the node modules folder in the previous lecture. Now we cannot start our Angular application. So in order to fix this, we can reinstall or download the full node modules folder again. So by using this dependencies object, we can re-download all the required dependencies for this Angular project, right? So for this simply we have npm command, npm install. So inside the terminal, let's run this command, npm install. So we can use the short form of this npm I. So this command will look, this I stand for install. So guys, this command will look inside the dependencies object and this dev dependencies object, re-download all the required packages inside the node modules folder. Once this is completed, as you guys can see here, we get the node modules folder and inside that we get all the Angular required dependencies like previous. If I run our Angular application again using the Angular CLI command ng serve, as you guys can see here, this time our Angular project compiled and run without any problems. So guys, these dependencies, JSON objects are very important. So we will not touch or modify these dependencies objects. Even if we lose one of these, our Angular application will not work. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright, let's move on. Next we have the readme.md file, which is just a readme file that includes some dev information about our Angular project. Next we got these tscript configuration files, tsconfig app.json, tsconfig.json and tsconfig.spec.json file. So guys, Angular is a JavaScript framework, right? But when we deal with Angular, we will write TypeScript codes because Angular is based on TypeScript. By default, Angular is using TypeScript, right? So those who don't know about TypeScript, it's a superset of JavaScript, basically TypeScript also same as JavaScript, but TypeScript has some additional features that are not coming with JavaScript. Okay, so we have a dedicated section about TypeScript. You guys will learn A to Z about TypeScript in that section. So guys, as I said, these all contain the configuration details of TypeScript. Alright, so that's it. We covered all the files and now let's move on to the heart of an Angular project, which is this src folder. Alright guys, now let's go through the source folder or the src folder. So guys, this is the heart of an Angular folder. We will spend time inside this folder throughout this course and we will mostly work inside this folder, right? Inside this we can see these two folders and few files. First let's look at these files. First one is this favicon. This is the main icon image of our Angular website, right? So next we have the index.html file. This is the main index file of our Angular application. This is the file which loads inside the browser. Next we have the main.ts file. This is the main TypeScript file which renders the app component file inside the browser view, right? So guys, just simply get an idea about these files. In the next section, we will learn in detail about these files. So next we have our global CSS file, styles.css file. We will write all the global CSS styles of our Angular application inside this file. Next, let's look at this assets folder. This is basically stores the media files such as images, external JavaScript files, videos, and so on. Next, the app folder. This is the main component folder of our Angular project. We will store all of our Angular project component files, service files, module files inside this app component. So guys, inside of this src folder also, we will not touch most of these files. We will only work within this app folder. So inside this, by default, we have few files. So guys, Angular is a component-based front-end framework. By default, we have our main entry component, which is this app component, right? So basically, Angular component has three major files and an optional file, which are the HTML file, CSS file, and the TypeScript file. The optional file is this component.spec.ts file. This is for the unit testing. So this is the main component which renders our view inside the browser. We will deep dive into this when we learning Angular components. Alright, so next we have the appconfig.ts file. Basically, we use this to configure Angular modules. And next we have the approutes.ts file. This is the file where we define all our Angular routers. Don't worry about these technical terms and words. While you follow this Angular course, you will get used to this. Okay. So guys, I think that's the end of the all files inside of this Angular project. So guys, some of you guys may not get the overall picture of an Angular project file structure. Don't worry about that. You guys will get used to this. Alright, so let's move on to the next chapter. Alright guys, in this section, let's learn about Angular component. So first thing first, what is this Angular component? The Angular framework is a component-based front-end framework. So the main building block of an Angular application is Angular components. Without components, we cannot build a proper Angular application. So what is a component? The component is a combination of data, HTML template, and logic, which represents an area of a view that shows inside the browser. This is the view that users can see. Those components are loaded inside the browser. So let's look at a real world example. So if I take the Facebook layout as an example, so Facebook has the top navbar, this right sidebar, left sidebar, and this Facebook wall, which shows Facebook posts, right? In Angular, we can create separate components for each of these layout areas. We can create reusable components. So for this navbar, we can create a navbar component. For each sidebar, this left and right, we can create separate sidebar components. And also for this post list, we can create a main post list component. And also inside this, we can create a component for post list. In Angular also, we can create this Facebook layout using only one page, like traditional web designs. So we add all the markups for the Facebook homepage, including the navbar, sidebar, and the post walls codes inside a single index.html file, right? So like this, in Angular also, we can add all the markups for this Facebook homepage inside the app component HTML file. But guys, trust me, it's not a good practice in Angular. Because in Angular, we can create separate components. As I said earlier, Angular is component-based front-end framework. So if we create separate components rather than put all in one component, we can reuse those components again in our application without coding it again. Wait a minute, what is this reusable thing? For example, let's take the same example as previous. In Facebook, this navbar must be shown on all pages in this home page, and if we navigate to someone's profile on that page also, we can see this navbar. So guys, if we are not using this navbar as a component, we have to copy and paste this navbar code on all our web pages. So if we use the Angular component for this, we can reuse this navbar component inside all the pages by simply importing the component to that page. We don't need to repeat the code for the navbar again and again. Hope you guys got the idea. A small task for you guys. Go to these websites and try to identify different component layouts inside that websites. First, go to the Gmail inbox layout and try to identify the components. And also go to the apple.com and identify the all components. Alright, so let's analyze the Gmail inbox. As usual guys, at the top we have the navbar component, and the left side we have the left sidebar and the inbox menu. The right side we have the right sidebar component with the widgets panel. In the mid we have the inbox mails list component. If we click this compose button, this will open this new message. We consider this also as a component, right? Let's look at the Apple website. As usual, top here we have the navbar, and here if we click on this search, this will open the search component. After that we have the cart component, and down here first we have the hero section. For this also we can create a separate component. After this, features, categories, and this carousel or the slideshow. So for these each and every section also we can consider it as a separate components. And down here we have the footer component. Guys, as we learn, website is a combination of different components, and each layout section can consider it as a component. Hope you guys got the idea. Perfect. So let's move on to the next chapter. Alright, so hope you guys now have an overall idea about components. As I said earlier, Angular is a component-based framework. So in order to get the full advantage of an Angular app, we have to use this component approach, right? So by default, Angular generated these app component files. And guys, this will be the main root component of our Angular application. So open this app component HTML file. Inside this, we can see these boilerplate markups. So guys, these markups are the responsible for this boilerplate weave inside the browser. So guys, how do we get this weave inside the browser? If you guys can remember, in order to load an Angular app inside the browser, we have to run our Angular app. For that, we use the ngserve command. So this command will compile the Angular code into browser-friendly code and create a development server, and this will give us the development server URL, which is this localhost :4200. If we visit this URL, this will load the weave inside the browser. My development server is still up and running, that's why I can weave this page, otherwise this will not work. So guys, always make sure that your Angular development server is up and running. Otherwise, use the ngserve command to rerun the application. Alright, so as I said, this default view is loaded with this app component HTML files code. Wait, I'll remove this all and add a simple h1 tag and add the heading text, first Angular app. Okay, now again, save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, the previous default view changed, and this time we got the new view with this first Angular app text. So now you guys can clearly understand this is the code loaded inside the browser view. So guys, now you guys may wonder how this code or the Angular component is loaded inside the browser. So let's clear this. Look at this code inside the browser developer console. So guys, how do we open the browser developer tools? Just simply right click and inside this go to the elements tag. Inside this we can see this page HTML code. Expand this. Inside the body we can see this app root tag, and inside that we can see this h1 tag which was written inside the app component HTML file. If this page loaded the app component HTML file, how this HTML structure loaded here? And also we can see this something different HTML tag app-root. In HTML tags, there is no any known tags named as app root, right? So what's going on here? To find the answer to this, go to the VS Code and open the index.html file. Guys, in Angular, this is the main HTML file that loads inside the browser, not the app component HTML file. Then, how the app component HTML's h1 tag loaded inside this view? As you guys can see here, this app root HTML tag inside these body tags, this is where the magic happens. So guys, as you know, this is not a known HTML tag. This is something custom tag, right? So what is this? Guys, this is the component selector of the app component. I'll show you this. Open the app component TS file. Inside this, we can see this app root under this selector option. So this is the identifier of an Angular component. In order to load a component view inside the browser, we use this selector as a custom HTML tag, right? So when our Angular app loads inside the browser, by default, this will open this index.html file inside the browser. Inside this, we get the app component selector, which is this app root. When we compile our Angular app using Angular CLI, Angular compiler will automatically modify our index.html file and inject the relevant components HTML code inside this component selector tags. And this will open this modified index.html file inside the browser. So if I change this selector name to something app root test inside this index file, save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we got nothing here. If I go to the console tab, we can see this error that says no matching element for app root selector. In order to load a component inside the view, we have to use the component selector name exactly as it is. Once again guys, when running our Angular app, Angular compiler will compile our Angular app. When compiling the index file, Angular compiler see this component select. If there is a component selector, Angular compiler will modify this index file by injecting the components HTML code inside this component selector custom HTML element. At the end, Angular compiler will load the modified index.html file inside the browser view. So this is how the Angular loads the component inside the browser view. So hope you guys got the idea. So now hope you guys have an idea about the Angular component and how it loads inside the browser. Now in this lecture, let's see how we can create a component in Angular. When we deal with components in Angular, we have two methods. One is the hardest way and another one is the easiest way. So let's go with the hardest way, then we can understand all about Angular components, code, structure, then we can use the easiest way. So the hardest way to create a component is to create all the files and codes of Angular components from scratch. So let's do this. First thing first, let's create our first component. Guys, as I said earlier, when we develop an Angular project, we will only work within this app folder. We will not touch any other folders. Okay. So inside this, by default, we have this app component. Now what I want to do is I want to create a navbar component. So right click on this and first let's create the folder for this. The folder name is navbar. I created this folder because it will be little more organized than the putting all component inside the same folder, right? Alright, now inside this navbar folder, let's create our component. Again right click and select this new file option. Now the file name, guys, when we name an Angular component file, we have to follow this naming convention. First, we have to add the component name, which is in our case navbar. After this, dot component, and at last we have to pass the file extension. In Angular, we use TypeScript instead of JavaScript. So the file name extension is ts. So after this, .ts. That's it. So now open this file. As you guys can see here, this is an empty file. Guys, don't get confused. This is still not an Angular component. This is just a simple TypeScript empty file. In order to make this an Angular component, we have to follow 3 steps. First thing first, we have to import the Angular components module into this file. So let's do this. At the top of this page, add the import statement. Import inside curly brackets. The module name is component with capital C. So follow the capital simple letters carefully. Next, from and we have to pass the path of this module. So inside codes, this path is @Angular /core. This is coming from the Angular core module. That's it. So we successfully imported the Angular component module. Next, before we move on, some of you guys may wonder actually from where is this component module I imported here. We define this path, but there is no folder that we can find inside the root folder of Angular. So where's this component module file? Nothing much guys, it's very simple. If you guys can remember, I told you that all the Angular framework files and modules will be downloaded and stored inside of the node modules folder, right? So inside this node modules folder, you can find the @Angular folder. Inside that, we can find the core folder. So this is the path that we defined here. But again, some of you may question me, these folders are inside the node modules folder, but in here, we have not added the node modules folder path before this import path. Then how this work? It's very simple. By default, Angular knows every module that we importing to the Angular is listed inside the node modules folder. So we don't need to add the node modules folder before this import path. When Angular sees this import, Angular will automatically look inside the node modules folder. Hope you guys got the idea. So the first step is completed. We successfully imported the Angular component module to this TS file. Still, this is not a component. So we have to follow the second step. So as the second step, we have to use this imported component module. So let's see how to use this. Very simple. Down here, add this code, @component, parentheses, and this required object parameter. So open and close curly brackets. Inside this object, we can define the data of our components. In here, we have to pass few data. So first thing first, we have to add the selector of this component. As you guys know, this selector is very, very important. Without this, we cannot load this component inside the browser view. So inside this, the property key is for the selector is selector. So after this, colon, and the value is the selector for this navbar component is navbar. So pass this inside of quotes. So guys, as a good practice in Angular, we prefix the component selector name with app keyword. Something like this, app-navbar. If this component is sidebar, so the selector will be app-sidebar, right? Guys, this is just a good practice in Angular. Without this prefix, also this will work without any issues, right? So next we have to define whether this component is a standalone component or not. In the previous versions of Angular, components are not standalone, but in Angular 17 and up, by default, they made Angular components as standalone components. So in here, we have to define that. The key is standalone and the value is true. If we want to make this component standalone, we use true, otherwise we can pass false. Guys, don't worry about this standalone component. In the next lectures, we will learn about this feature in detail. So for now, just keep this in your mind. How do we define standalone components in Angular? Perfect. So that's all for this second step. Alright, let's move on to the third step. As the third step or the last step, we have to create the component class. So down here, class keyword, and the class name, the component name is navbar, and the class scope. So guys, same as the select naming convention, for this also we use the app prefix as a good practice. For the selector, we use all lowercase letters and we combine the both words with dash symbol. But for the class name, we use the camel case naming convention. So first letter of two words are uppercase. No hyphen or dashes between two words. App navbar. That's all. So guys, now this file has officially been converted as an Angular component. So guys, we successfully created our first Angular component. Let's see how to load this component inside the browser view. As you guys know, in order to load an Angular component inside the browser view, we have to add that component selector inside the index.html file. This is how this app component loaded inside the browser, right? So using the same approach, let's try to load this component also inside the browser view. Alright, in order to load this navbar component inside the browser view, we have to add the component selector inside the index.html file. So go to the index.html file and add this selector. So after this, app root selector. So our navbar component selector is app-navbar. Add this as a custom HTML tag. We successfully added the component selector. Now save this all and go to the browser. We have got nothing here. We can see only this first Angular app text which is coming from the app component file. So guys, what's going on here? Can you guys guess? If you can remember, in the navbar component, we just only created the component. There are no HTML codes to load inside the view, right? So how do we add the HTML code here? For this, in Angular components, we have two approaches. So let's first look at the first approach. So guys, inside the component file, we can write our HTML code. For this, we have a special property called template. So inside this, this also same as this select option. So we can pass the template property inside this component decorator. So after this, let's pass this. The property key is template and the value inside codes. Now we can pass any valid HTML codes inside these codes as this template property value. So let's open and close h1 tags and set the value to something navbar component. Alright, now we have the HTML code to show inside the browser view. So let's save this and go to the browser. Look at this guys, still we got nothing. We have the HTML code and also we added the component selector name inside the index.html file as well. So now what is the problem? So guys, the problem is here we are trying to access a separate component file from this index.html file. So the problem is index.html file doesn't know about the existence of this navbar component file. So what do we have to do is, the first thing first, we have to create a connection between this index.html file and with the navbar component file. So how do we do that? Very simple. For this, we have a separate file in Angular, which is this main.ts file. So go to this main.ts file and open it. Inside this, as you guys can see here, we have something method called bootstrap application. So this method gets two parameters. One is the app component and other one is the app config. So what are these? As you guys know, now the HTML code which is inside the app component file is loading inside the browser. So this is loading inside because of this. As you guys know, in traditional website, we sometimes write external JavaScript and CSS in a separate file. So in this case, in order to apply the external JavaScript and all the CSS styles, we have to link those separate files into the index.html file. Otherwise, index.html file doesn't know about existence of these separate files. So then only browser will understand there is another separate JavaScript file and it will read the separate JavaScript code and apply the logics inside the browser view. So the same thing happening here. With this bootstrap application method, also we are kind of linking the external component file with the index.html file, which is not exactly the same what I am saying. This is not linking like a separate CSS or JavaScript file. This is more than that, but for now, just simply keep this in your mind. With this bootstrap application method, we are connecting the external component files with the index.html file. So this is what happening with this bootstrap application method. So hope you guys got the idea. So as I said earlier, so inside the browser view, we got this app components text. So this is loading inside the browser because by default, the Angular is connected the app component with the index.html file. So as you guys can see here, inside this bootstrap application method, we are passing the app component as the parameter for this method. So that's how these app components view is loaded inside the browser. So now what we have to do is we have to show the navbar component also inside the browser. For this, we have to pass the navbar component to this bootstrap application in order to render the navbar component inside the browser. So how do we do that? Just for now, simply pass the navbar component as the second parameter for this bootstrap application. So first thing first, in order to pass the navbar component to here, we have to import the navbar component file to this main.ts file. So how do we do that? Very simple. Just at the top of this page, after the imports, add this code, import, open and close curly brackets. So this time we are importing the navbar component. So the navbar component name is app navbar. So after this, we have to pass the path of the navbar component. So after this, from inside codes, the navbar component is inside the app folder. So ./app/navbar.component. Also guys, we don't need to pass the file extension .ts here. Angular will already know this is a ts file. Guys, we have a problem here. As you guys can see here, we are getting this red underline under this app navbar. So guys, this is the compile error. So what is the problem here? So let's hover on this and we can see this error saying app navbar is declared, but its value is never read. So what is the problem here? So guys, this app navbar is this class that we defined inside the navbar component file. In order to access this class from another file, we have to export this class. In here, we are not exporting and this class is private. So in that case, we cannot access this app navbar class from this main.ts file. That's why we are getting this error. So in order to fix this, add the export keyword before this class name. That's it. So save this and go to the main.ts file. Now as you guys can see here, the error is gone. Perfect. Now guys, we have the import. Now let's pass this navbar component to this bootstrap application method as the second parameter. So after this app component parameter, add the app navbar. Wait a minute guys, again we got another compile error. Under this app config, we can see this red underline. If I hover on this, we can see this error. This error is saying expected 1 to 2 arguments but got 3. So what is this error? So guys, this bootstrap application method requires only one parameter or two parameters. But here we are passing 3 parameters. So that's why we are getting this compile error. So in order to move forward, we have to change this parameter count to 2 parameters. So let's remove the app component from here. And as you guys can see here, now this is okay. So I think that's it for this. We successfully linked the app navbar component to the index.html file. So guys, now save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we are not getting anything inside the browser. So what is the problem this time? So in order to find this problem, we have to look inside the browser console. So we are not getting any compile errors inside the code editor and also inside the integrated terminal. But inside the browser console, we got this error saying this app navbar component is not marked as standalone. So now what is this error? From Angular 17 and upper, Angular by default changed all the components as standalone components. So in previous versions of Angular, the components were either standalone or non-standalone according to our choice, and by default the previous versions of Angular components are non-standalone. So from Angular 17, Angular components are now standalone. In order to use the Angular components, we have to define that this navbar component is a standalone component or not. So in order to fix this, go to the navbar component TS file, and inside this same component decorator, we have to pass this property. The property name is standalone. Carefully follow these capital simple letters, and the value is true. So that's it. This will fix this error. So guys, I am not diving deep into what is these standalone components. So we have another separate dedicated section for this. In that section, you guys will learn about this in detail. Alright, so let's move on. Save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we can see the navbar component text inside the browser, which means this is successfully loaded the navbar component inside the browser. Alright, so before we move on, some of you guys may notice that inside the browser, this time we only got the navbar component text, but we are not getting the app component files h1 tag, which is this first Angular app. So now what is the problem? Can you guys guess? Yes, of course. The problem is previously we removed the app component from this bootstrap application method, and we replaced that with the navbar component. So that's why this time the index.html file doesn't know about the app component. So the Angular CLI also knows only about the navbar component. So that's why this loaded only the navbar component text inside the browser web. So guys, I want to load the app component also inside the browser. So how do we solve that? In a real-world Angular application, there will be hundreds of components inside of a single project. So in order to show all the components inside the browser view, if we use this method, we can't do that, because for this bootstrap application method, we can only pass one component at a time. So this is a big problem, right? So as a solution for this, Angular is by default giving us this app component as the Angular project's root component. So guys, when I describing these files tree and this main.ts file, I said we will not touch all these files, we only work within the app component folder. So I modify this main.ts file to give you an understand how does the Angular loads components inside of a web browser. So that's why I modified this main.ts file. Otherwise, we will not touch this file. So hope you guys got the idea. So guys, when we develop an Angular application, we will keep all these default files as it is, and we will work within the app folder. And we will create all the components inside this app folder. And what we'll do is, in order to load those components inside the browser, we will nest those components using our main root component, which is the app component. So now let's see this in action. Before that, I will reset all the modified codes inside this main.ts file. So remove these navbar component imports and this parameter. After this, add the app component here. Now inside the index.html file, remove the navbar component selector. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time this loaded the app component text, which is this first Angular application. So now let's see how to nest components. So guys, think this is like something, a big box. Inside of that big box, we will stack small boxes, right? So the app component is like the big box. So inside that, we will nest all the other components like the small boxes, right? So guys, this is also the same as the index.html file. In order to load another component file inside of the browser, we have to add that component selector as a custom HTML tag. So inside of this app component HTML file, so after this, add the neighbor component selector. The neighbor component selector is this app-neighbor. So don't forget to add this as a custom HTML tag. Now, as you guys can see here, we are getting a compile error that's saying this app neighbor is not a known element. So guys, what is this error? It's also the same as the previous. To show the app neighbor component inside the index.html file, we have to create a connection between those files. So the same scenario like in the previous. So in order to access the neighbor component HTML codes from the app component, we have to create a connection between these two files. If you can remember, so for the index.html file, we use the main.ts file to create the connection. So guys, for this component nesting, we don't need a separate file. For this, we will do this connection inside the same app component file. So we have the app component ts file. So inside that we have this component decorator. So inside that we have to add a new property called import. So the key is imports and the value is we have to pass this as an array. So open and close square brackets. Inside this component name is app neighbor. So again we are getting another compile error because in order to use this app neighbor components here we have to import that. So guys, don't get confused. This import is coming with this component decorator. This is a property inside of this components object, right? So in order to pass the neighbor component to this imports property, we have to import that neighbor component to this app component ts file, right? So top of this page, add the import statement, import inside curly brackets. The component name is app neighbor and this is coming from, so give the path inside codes / neighbor component. That's it. So now we successfully imported the neighbor component to this app component file. So save this and go to the HTML file. Now as you guys can see here, this time the compile error is disappeared. So everything is now looks good. Save this all and go to the browser. Inside the browser, as you guys can see here, this time browser loaded this neighbor component text as well as this app components h1 tag. So guys, this is how we nest components. So think if we have another component for the header component, we can nest that component also inside the app component. Then this will also load inside the browser. So guys, for now just keep this in your mind. In order to load components inside the browser, we will use the app component as our main root component. Then we will list all other components inside the app component file. So then we can load all the components inside the browser. So as a good practice, we will not touch the index.html file or the main.ts file. So I modified those files to give you a clear picture of how the components works behind the scenes. Hope you guys got the idea. So guys, we will deep dive more into these nested components in later sections. So any of you guys don't get anything about these nesting components, leave it for now. We will learn about this later. So alright, that's it for this chapter. Let's move on to the next chapter. So guys, now we know how to create a component manually and how to load that component inside the browser. Guys, when we learn components, I say that component is a combination of HTML, CSS and JavaScript or the TypeScript. So in order to show something inside the browser view, at least we need a few lines of HTML codes, right? When dealing with Angular components, in order to write HTML codes inside the components, we have two approaches. So the first approach, we already wrote that in the previous section using this template property inside the components decorator. So in the previous example, we wrote this simple h1 text inside this template property, right? Now guys, think if you want to add another paragraph inside this component, how do we do that? So the simplest way is we can add that inside the template property after this h1 tag. So just simply create a p tag and add a dummy paragraph text. So save this and go to the browser. Inside the browser, now we can see this paragraph, right? So guys, in here, some of you guys may wonder why didn't I add this p tag in the second line. So there is a reason for this, guys. Wait, I'll show you. Let's put this p tag in the second line. Now save this. As you guys can see here, we are getting a compile error. So guys, when we dealing with this property template, we can write HTML codes in one line. But in any case, if we want to write multiple lines of HTML code, we have to use the Matilde codes instead of these simple codes. Okay. Let's see this in action. So guys, now remove these single quotes and replace them with this Matilde symbol, which you can locate before the number 1 key on your keyboard. As you guys can now see here, the compile error is no more. So save this and go to the browser. This is still working as previous, which means now you can write multiple lines of HTML codes under this template property. So let's add another code after this. So this time let's add a button tag. The button text will be something submit. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got the button inside the browser view. So guys, like this, we can design the HTML page view of this component inside this template property. And guys, once again, if any case, if you are using the single quotes or double quotes instead of the Matilde symbol, you guys cannot write multiple lines of HTML with this. But you guys have to stack all the HTML codes in one line, then this will work. So, alright guys, so hope you guys got the idea about how to write HTML codes in line inside the component file. So next, let's move on to the next chapter. So now what I want to do is I want to change the color of this h1 tag to red color. So how do we do that? Inside the component file, for this also we have a separate property like this HTML template property, which is styles property. By using this property, we can write inline CSS inside this component file, same like this HTML code. So let's see this in action. So now inside this component decorator, after this, add the property of the CSS styles. So after this colon, now we can pass the CSS codes as the value for this styles property. So now what I want to do is I want to change this h1 color to red. So the CSS property for this is color and the value is red. Don't forget to pass this inside of codes. That's it. Save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this navbar text turned to red, which means we successfully applied CSS styles to this h1 tag. Okay, so next guys, think like this HTML code in case if you want to write separate lines of CSS codes. So how do we do that? For this also, we can use the same approach as the previous. We can use the Matilde symbol instead of the codes. So let's say this. Now remove these codes and replace them with Matilde symbol. Then now we can break lines inside this. So next let's add a background color to this heading text. So inside this CSS property, for this we can use the background property. So the CSS property is background and set the value to something black. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, now this background color is in black. So guys, this is how we write multiple lines of CSS codes inside the components file using the styles property. So guys, in the previous lecture, we learned how to write HTML codes and CSS codes inside this component file. So guys, for these kinds of one line or two lines of codes, this approach is okay. But unfortunately, in real world applications, we have to write hundreds of or maybe thousands of lines of codes in a single HTML page or a CSS page. So in that case, if we write the 100 lines of codes inside this component decorator, what you guys think? This will be messy and this component file will unnecessarily get big. If in any case we get any bugs, we cannot easily identify those bugs, right? So in order to prevent this, Angular has a better approach for these templates and styles. So we can create separate HTML file and separate style CSS file for this. If you look at the app component, this app component has already separate files for this separate HTML file and this separate CSS file. So like that, we can create a separate style and HTML file for this navbar component as well. So let's see this in action. So as for this, let's create an HTML file. Go to the file tree inside this app folder. Now right click on our components folder, which is this navbar component folder, and create a new file. The file name is the same as this navbar.component, and the file extension will be, we are creating this file to write HTML code, so the extension is .html. So this is the file name convention for the component HTML file. First we have to define the component name, then the component keyword, and at last the HTML extension code. That's it. So guys, as I said earlier, this is just a best practice to name a component in Angular. If you guys want to change this, you guys can change it, but if you guys can follow this, it will be helpful for your career. Always try to follow best practices. Perfect. So now inside this, we can write our HTML code. So for now, let's write a simple h1 tag. So inside this HTML file, add this, create an h1 tag, and the heading text will be something. This is from HTML file. That's it. For now, save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got our first heading. This is coming from the component template property, but we are not getting this external heading text inside the browser view. So what is the problem here? Can you guys guess? Yes, of course. Guys, here also we just created this new HTML file, but we are not connecting or linking this file to any other components file. So therefore, Angular compiler doesn't know about this file and this will not compile. So that's why we are not getting this external component files view inside the browser. In order to fix this, we have to link this file into our component file. So how do we do that? For this also guys, we have a separate property called template URL. So using this, we can connect external HTML file to our component, right? So let's see this in action. Now go to the component TS file. Inside this, let's connect our external HTML file. So inside this component decorator, for this we have a separate property called template URL. So add that here. The property name is template URL. This U is uppercase. So guys, please carefully follow these capital simple letters, otherwise you guys will get errors. So now to this property, we have to pass our external HTML files path. So we have to pass this as a string, open and close a single quote. Inside this, the path is / because this is inside the same folder. After this, the file name is navbar.component.html. So we have to pass this component file name exactly the same as this, otherwise this will not work. Okay, so now that's it. Save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, now we got this text. This is coming from our external HTML file. So guys, which means our external file is successfully connected to our component. But guys, if you guys look at this carefully, this time we are getting only this heading text which is coming from the external HTML file. But we are not getting the heading text that we passed earlier using the template property inside the component TS file. So what do you guys think? What is the problem here? So guys, in Angular, if you want to write HTML code, we have to use either one of this method. We can write inline or we can use an external HTML file. If you link an external file to the component file, this will automatically ignore the inline HTML codes. So that's why we are not getting this inline HTML heading inside the browser. Hope you guys got the idea. So guys, before end of this video, let's see how to connect external CSS file to this component. So guys, this also the same like the previous. First thing first, we need a separate file. So let's create that inside the same folder. Create new folder, right click and create new folder. Right click and create new file. The file name is as usual. First, the component name navbar.component. The extension is CSS. That's it. So now inside this we can write the code for CSS codes. So let's change this heading text color to green. So the heading property is h1 and the CSS property is for this is color, and set the value to green. So save this and go to the browser. Now as you guys can see here, the styles are not applied. So the same question, why is that? Can you guys guess? Yes, of course, the same problem like previous. In order to use this, we have to link this to our component file. So for this also we have a property called styles URL. So go to the component TS file and add this. The property is styles URL and the value inside quotes, pass the path of the external CSS file /. The file name is navbar.component.css. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time this heading text turned to green. Why is that? The same thing as the previous. When using an external CSS file, this inline CSS will not work, right? So this is what happens here. With the inline CSS, we added this red color and the background black. Previously, it was applied to this heading text. Now this has changed to the green color, which is coming from the external CSS file. So hope you guys got the idea. So guys, this is the best approach to write HTML and CSS for component file. Throughout this course, we will use this approach. We will not write any inline HTML or CSS codes inside the component file. So that's it for this chapter. Let's move on to the next. So in the previous lectures, we learned how to create an Angular component from scratch. So now hope you guys have a clear picture of how this component works in the Angular project. So now guys, when we create the component manually, I said that there are two approaches to create these Angular components in Angular. So the first method was creating a component using the manual way. So it's the hardest way. Now let's see the easiest way of creating this component. So how do we do that? Guys, for this we can take the advantage of Angular CLI. So Angular CLI has bundled with a command to create this component and all required other files and to create the connection between each other files. So let's see this in action. So now let's create a component for the header area. So go to the integrated terminal in the VS Code. Inside this, let's generate our new component using the Angular CLI. As you guys know, in order to access the Angular CLI, we have the command ng. So type that here, ng. After this, we are going to generate something. So the command is generate. After this, what we are going to do is we are going to generate a component. So pass component. So the command is ng generate component. So after this, we have to pass the component name. So we are creating this component for the header. So the component name is header. So now guys, we don't need to pass the component keyword and the file extension to this. Angular CLI will automatically create this component including best practices, right? So guys, in order to execute this command, hit enter. As you guys can see here, this command is executed inside this, we can see these messages saying that these files are created. Header component is file, HTML file, and the header component CSS file. If you look at the file tree, inside this folder, we can find this header folder. Inside, we can find all the header component related files. So as you guys know, when we are executing the CLI command, we didn't mention about the app folder or this naming conventions. Angular CLI followed all the best practices automatically. So this is the beauty of Angular CLI. So guys, inside this you can find 4 files. When we're creating the previous component manually, we just created only 3 files, which are the TS file and the HTML file and the CSS file. So, but inside this header component folder, we can find these 4 files. So the new file is this component.spec.ts file. So guys, this file is mainly used for testing purpose. So in this section, we are going to cover the Angular testing. So in the testing section, we will learn about this in detail. Alright, so guys, we got the component files. So open the component.ts file. Inside this, we can find all the relevant component codes. So you can see the import of the component module, and here we can find the component decorator. Inside that, we can find all the properties that we need for Angular component. And also down here, we can see this class and the component name header component. And also guys, we can see this export keyword. Why we are exporting this? Because in order to access this class outside of this component, we have to export this, right? So next we have the HTML file. Inside that we can see the p tag with the text, with this text. So next we have this style component CSS file, and inside that this file is empty, right? So now guys, I want to load this component inside the browser. So how do we do that? For this, as usual, we have to use the component selector. So let's add this inside the app component file. Okay guys, remember why we are adding this component selector inside the app component HTML file. We learned about this, right? So now add this. After this, the component selector name is app header. Create this as a custom HTML tag. As you guys can see here, we are getting a compile error. Why is that? You guys already know. We learned about this because in order to work with this component, we have to make connection between these two components. So we access the header component from the app component. So we have to import the header component to this app component. So go to the app component TS file. Inside this, imports property. Add this. Our component class name is header component. So guys, when we are typing this, you guys can see these auto suggestions. This is coming from the VS Code. So select our header component from this drop down. As you guys can see here, when I select this, this will automatically add the import statement of the header component. So we don't need to write this manually like the previous. So guys, this has nothing to do with the Angular. This feature is coming from our code editor VS Code. Okay, so alright, now we successfully imported the component. Now go to this HTML file. Now we are not getting any compile errors. Save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, now we can see this header component text here. So guys, if you guys can remember, when we creating the component manually, we did all these steps one by one by hand. But with the Angular CLI, we got all the required configurations and all the required files automatically. This is the beauty of Angular CLI. So from now on, throughout this course, I will use Angular CLI to generate Angular components. So guys, before we move on, I have a small question for you. So this header components p tag loaded inside the browser. So how this loaded inside the browser? This HTML code is inside of a separate file. So how this is loaded inside the browser? Can you guys tell me? Yeah, yes, of course. Because inside the header component TS file, we can see this template URL property. With this, we are linking the header component HTML file with the component TS file. So that's why we are getting the header components view inside the browser. Hope you guys got the idea. So guys, what is this data binding? Guys, we use Angular to build dynamic websites, not static websites. You guys are here to learn how to build a dynamic front end using the Angular. So if you are building something static front end for something app, you do not need to learn Angular, right? So you can do this only using the HTML and CSS. So in this section, we learn about how to dynamically interact with data in Angular. So let's dive in. So guys, inside our app component HTML file, we got this h1 tag. So inside this h1 tag, we hand coded this text. So now what I want to do is, I want to make this hand coded static text into a dynamic text. So how do we do that? Very simple. So first let's create a variable inside the component TS file, something title. So how do we create a variable in TypeScript? Very easy. Inside this class scope. So guys, keep this in your mind. We write all the logics and codes of this component inside this class scope, right? So outside of this class scope, any code, it will not work. Alright, so let's create a variable. The variable name something title. So like JavaScript, we don't need to use any variable keywords like var, let or const keywords. Alright, so next we have to define the type of this TypeScript variable. So add the colon and the type is string. So guys, for this variable, we are going to assign a string value. So after this equal sign, the value is, put this inside quotes. This loaded dynamically. Alright, so guys, now what I want to do is I want to load this text inside the browser. So how do we do that? In order to load this text inside the browser, we have to somehow load this title variable inside the HTML file. As you guys know, the browser will only load this HTML file inside the browser view, not the TypeScript file, right? In order to do this, guys, in Angular, we have a different approach. So for this, we can use string interpolation. So let's see this in action. So inside the app component HTML file, let's create another new heading text for this. So after this, this time create a h2 tag. And now I want to pass the title variable to this h2 tag. As I said earlier, for this we can use the string interpolation. It's very simple. So between these h2 tags, open and close two curly brackets, and between these curly brackets, pass the variable name, which is this title. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this loaded the title text inside the browser view. Awesome, right? So guys, in the previous lecture, we look at the basic functionality of a string interpolation. So now in this lecture, let's see how this string interpolation works and what we can do with this string interpolation. So let's get started. So guys, as I said in the previous lecture, using Angular, we are going to build a dynamic website or an application or a static website, right? So in order to make the Angular application dynamic, we have to manipulate data between our Angular components. So for this, we have several techniques in Angular. So this string interpolation, one of them. In this lecture, let's see how this string interpolation works. Let's look at the previous example. In here, app component TS5, we create this variable, and using this string interpolation method, we loaded this title text inside the browser. So some of you guys may wonder, first thing first, this title variable is inside the app component TS5, but using the string interpolation, we added this title variable inside the HTML file. So how this possible? What is the connection between these two files? So the first thing first, you guys should understand in an Angular component, the TypeScript file is the main file. So we do all the things inside this TypeScript file. So if you guys can remember, we linked the HTML and CSS file to this component, and also we imported the other nesting components also to this component TS file. So without this component TS file, we cannot create an Angular component. So this is the main file of an Angular component. So in here, we are connected our HTML file with this component file. So this is how the connection built with these two files. So inside this, we created this TypeScript variable. So in order to load this inside the HTML file, we cannot directly add this title variable inside the HTML file, because this is a TypeScript variable and this is a HTML scope. So in order to add this inside the HTML file, we have to create a TypeScript scope inside this HTML scope, right? So that is what we are doing with this string interpolation. So between these curly brackets, we are creating a TypeScript scope. So as you guys know, inside of an HTML file, in order to write a CSS style, we can create a CSS scope, right? For this, we can use the style tag. Same as this, in order to write a JavaScript code inside of HTML file, we can create a JavaScript scope using the script tags. Between these tags, we can write any valid JavaScript logics, right? This is also the same like this. Inside of this HTML file, we are creating a TypeScript scope and we are accessing the component TypeScript variable. So this is how this string interpolation works. So once again guys, with these curly brackets, we are creating a kind of a TypeScript scope inside the HTML file. So we call this special type of Angular syntax string interpolation. So in Angular, using this, we can show a data inside of an HTML file, which is declared inside of the component TS file. When the Angular compiler sees this string interpolation, this will automatically look inside the relevant component file and print the relevant variable data inside the HTML view. So for example, when the Angular compiler compiles this component, we'll see this string interpolation inside the app component HTML file. Then what will this Angular compiler will do? Angular compiler will immediately look inside the relevant components TS file, which is the app component TS file. If this is the header component, Angular compiler will look inside the header component TS file, not the app components TS file, right? This will look inside the relevance components TS file. So using this string interpolation, we can show any type of data to the end user. So we use this title. This is a string value. But guys, don't get confused. Even this called string interpolation, we can show number values and boolean values to the end user using this same string interpolation. So inside of a string interpolation scope, we can pass any valid variables and also even we can do simple calculations. So let's see an example for this down here. Create a p tag and create a string interpolation. Now inside this scope, add this 1 plus 1. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we can see the answer of 1 plus 1, 2, right? So guys, this is how this string interpolation scope works. Most of the time in Angular, we use this string interpolation to load dynamic data inside of a browser view. In other words, we call this data binding. So this is how we bind data in Angular component. Hope you guys got the idea. So guys, before we move on, I want to show you something. So guys, creating this TypeScript scope inside of HTML, we call this string interpolation, right? So why do we Angular named this as a string interpolation? Why this string? Is it something there? So guys, in this lecture, let's look at this. Guys, in the previous lecture, I said inside of this string interpolation scope, we can pass not only string values, we can pass number values or Boolean values. Even we can do simple mathematical calculations. But guys, in each and every operation, the string interpolation will return a string value. So for example, inside of this, we passed our title value. It's already a string value. So when this output, the value inside the browser, this will automatically converted as a string value. So in our case, this is already a string value. So this will return a string value, right? But think if we pass a number inside this string interpolation, what will happen? So guys, this will automatically convert this number to a string value, right? So this is applied for the Boolean values as well. So if you do a small calculation here, like 2 plus 1, inside the browser, we can see only the answer, not the 2 plus 1 calculation. So what will happen here? So this string interpolation will calculate this value and get the answer before it's showing inside the browser, and it will convert this answer value to string value, right? No matter what type of data we are sending into this string interpolation, by the end of the day, before this load inside the browser, the string interpolation will convert all that data to a string value. That's why this is named as string interpolation. Hope you guys got the idea. So guys, in the previous lecture, we learned how to load a text value dynamically inside the browser view. So now let's look at another scenario. Think that we have image URL inside of our database. So we are loading it to a variable inside the component.ts file. And what do we have to do is we have to load that image inside the browser view. So how do we do that? First, let's create a variable for this inside the component.ts file. So the variable name is something img URL. So this type also string. For this, I will copy image URL value from the Google image. So copy this image URL and paste it inside this variable value. So guys, now we have the image URL. Now what do we have to do is we have to load this image URL inside the browser view. So in order to show an image inside the browser, not only image, in order to show anything inside the browser, we have to add that inside the HTML file, right? So go to the component.html file and create an image tag. So why do we have to create an image tag? In order to show an image inside the browser view, we have to use this image HTML tag, right? So down here, the image tag. Now inside this src attribute, we have to pass the path of the image that we want to load inside this img tag. We already stored this inside of a variable. Now what I want to do is I want to load that image path or the URL to this src attribute. So how do we do that? For this also we can use the same previous approach, string interpolation. This is a TypeScript variable. So this is a HTML file. In order to pass a TypeScript variable to this, we have to create a TypeScript scope inside this. Okay. So between these codes, create a string interpolation, open and close two curly brackets. Inside this, pass the variable name, img URL. Guys, follow the capital symbol letters carefully. That's it. So save this file and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we can see the image inside the browser view. Guys, even this string interpolation loads this image inside the browser dynamically. We will not use this approach when we bind a data to HTML property like this src property, right? For this, we have a better approach. We call this approach in Angular property binding. So let's see how to do this. This is very simple. First thing first, we have to wrap the property inside our square brackets. So in our case, our HTML property is this src. So wrap this inside of square brackets. Now we don't need this string interpolation. So remove this curly brackets and keep this variable as it is. So guys, this is what we call as a property binding. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time also we got the image inside the browser. So guys, you guys may get confused. Why are we using this property binding without using the string interpolation approach? So let's find the answer for this in the next lecture. So guys, as in the previous lecture, we loaded this image dynamically using this string interpolation as well as using the property binding approach. So in these both approaches, this image was loaded inside the browser without any problem. But why do we need another binding approach if this is loading with this string interpolation approach? To find the answer for this, let's see another example. So create a button down here. So the button tags and the button text will be something disable button. Guys, now what I want to do is I want to disable this button dynamically. So for this, I'm going to create a variable inside the component.ts file. So go to the component.ts file and after this create a variable something called is disabled, and this type will be boolean, right? So as a default value to this boolean, add a true value. Now back to the HTML file. Inside this, let's disable this button using our is disable variable. So the property of this disabling is disabled. So first let's use the string interpolation approach. So inside the curly brackets, pass our variable is disabled. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. Wait guys, before we go to the browser, let's duplicate this button again, and for the second button, let's use the property binding approach. So remove the string interpolation scope and wrap this disable property with the square brackets. So this is what we call property binding, right? So again, change this button text for the first button disabled using string interpolation. The second button text is disabled using property binding. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this first button is not disabled, which we use the string interpolation method. And the second button is successfully disabled, which we used property binding approach. So what's going on here? So guys, if you can remember in the previous lecture, I told you that even if we use any kind of a data inside of a string interpolation, it will be converted to a string value when it's loaded inside the browser. So in order to disable this button, we have to pass a boolean value. But with the string interpolation, this boolean true value will be automatically converted to a string value. So that's why in this first button, this is not working. So the second button, this disable, is working because this property binding will not convert this boolean value into string value data type. So guys, this is the main difference between these two string interpolation and property binding approaches. So guys, this is the main reason that Angular team built these two kinds of data binding approaches in Angular. So guys, string interpolation can be worked in some HTML properties, but the most of the time this will not work. So as a good practice, we have to use property binding when we dealing with an HTML property. If you are loading something simple text inside of an HTML tag inside the browser view, for this we can use this string interpolation. Otherwise, we can use this property binding. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright guys, in the previous lecture we learned about property binding. In this section, let's learn about another important concept in Angular, class binding. So what is this class binding? Class binding is a way to dynamically add or remove CSS classes to an HTML element based on a condition or expression. For example, think about a simple scenario where you have a button on your web page. You want this button to have a different style when it's clicked. Maybe you want the button to turn green when it's active and red when it's not. So in a traditional HTML and CSS setup, you would have to manually add and remove classes to achieve this, right? But with Angular's class binding, we can automate this process. So let's see this in action. So let's take the same scenario as the previous. Just want to change the button color based on a condition, right? So let's do this. Go to the app component HTML file and create a button. So the button tag and the button text will be something click me. That's it. So now we have the button. Next we need the condition. For this we'll use a simple boolean value for this example also. So as you guys know, we do all the dynamic things inside the component TypeScript file. So go to the app component TS file and create a boolean variable. So the boolean variable name is active and the data type is boolean. So after this colon and the data type is boolean. So next let's assign a default value to this false. That's it. So next what I want to do is I want to change this button's background color to something green when this is active value set to true. So how do we do that? For this we can use the class binding approach. Wait, before that we have to define the CSS style, right? So guys, we write CSS styles related to this component inside the app component CSS file, okay? So open the app component CSS file and let's define the CSS style. The CSS class is something, name it active. So dot active and CSS scope. Inside this we'll set the background color to green. Now guys, we have the CSS class. Next let's do the conditional logic using the class binding approach. So inside the button opening tag, open and close a square bracket. Inside this class, so we are dealing with the class binding. So this binding name is class. So after this dot, now we have to pass the CSS class that we want to apply to this button conditionally. So which is this active CSS class. So pass this here after this dot. So next the equal sign. Then we have to pass the condition, which is our boolean value variable, right? So is active. Don't forget to pass this inside of quotes. That's it. So guys, this is the class binding syntax. Very simple, right? So now save this and go to the browser. We can see this button, but this is now in green color. So what is the problem here? Of course, in the initial stage, we set this boolean value to false. Then this condition statement returns false. Then this CSS class will not apply to this button. If I change this is active value to true, save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time this green color applied to this button, which means this active CSS class applied to this button successfully. Wait, so let's confirm this. Go to the browser inspect element. Inside this we can find our HTML code. Inside this app root we can see our button tag. Inside this we can see this CSS active class applied. So guys, this is the simple use case of class binding in Angular. Simply this will add or remove CSS classes to an HTML element based on a condition. In the previous lecture, we used the class binding when this condition returned true. Think if we want to change this button color to something red when no active status or when this return false. So how do we do that? Very simple. So let's see this in action. First thing first, let's define a CSS class to this no active status. So go to the app component CSS file and define this. The CSS class name something no dash active and the CSS scope. Inside this, set the background color to red. That's it. Now we have the CSS. Next, let's see how to apply this both CSS classes to our target button based on a condition using only the class binding. For this guys, we can use another class binding in this button for this no active status. So let's see this in action. So let's do this. Inside the app component HTML file, after this first class binding, let's write our second class binding. Inside of square brackets, the binding name is class. So add class inside the square brackets. So after this dot, now pass the CSS class that we want to bind to this button, which is this no active CSS class. So next the condition. This time we want to apply this CSS class to this when this active conditions return false. So for this we have to use the not operator. So the not operator is represent with the exclamation mark. So after this the boolean variable name is active. So guys, with this not operator, we are checking the opposite of this value returns. Usually this binding works when this returns true. With this not operator, we are telling this to work when this return false. So this is the simple idea about this not operator. So guys, that's it. Save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, the button is green. Why is that? Yes, of course, now this boolean value is set to true. So let's change this to false. Again, save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time this button background changed to red, which means our second class binding also working as we planned. So guys, this is how we bind two class binding to a single HTML element Angular. Alright guys, this is task time. So let's do a small task. This time I want to add a yellow color border with the green background color for this button when this returns true. Otherwise, I want to change the border color to something blue color with the previous red background color. So guys, this is the task for you. Make the button border yellow when it's true. If the boolean value is false, set the background color to blue. So take your time. Take the help of the previous lectures and try to do it yourself. Once you complete the task, you can continue to next lecture. Alright, hope you guys did the task well. Now let's see how to do this. Guys, for this also we can simply use another class binding inside this button tag. So let's do this. First thing first, we need the CSS style for these border styles. So let's define them. Inside the app component CSS file, add this, the class name something dot active dash border. The style is border. So let's set these to 5 pixels solid and the border color will be yellow. So this style is for the active status. Again, we need another style for non-active status. So I'm going to duplicate this, change the CSS class name to no active border. Change this border color to blue. Now we have the styles. So let's load this inside the view conditionally by using the class binding approach. So inside the HTML file, inside this button tag, again another class binding. Inside square brackets, class dot the CSS class name active dash border. So guys, we want to apply this active border to the button when this return true. So the variable name is active. So again, next for the no active status, For this also again create another class binding inside square brackets class dot the CSS class name, which is this no dash active dash border. So now we want to apply this when this boolean value return false. So we have to check the opposite of this. So use the not operator. The not operator symbol is exclamation mark, and after this add the variable name is active. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. Now this is in red background with blue border. Why is that? Yes, of course. Now this is active value is false. So this applied the styles of no active CSS class. Next, let's change this to true and save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, now this is in green background with yellow border, which means this active class binding CSS styles applied to this button. So guys, like this, you guys can bind CSS classes to an HTML element as much as you guys wanted. But guys, keep this in your mind. Stacking too much of class binding to a single element is not a good practice. For this, we have a better approach and easy approach in Angular. We will learn about this in the later section. Guys, in the previous lecture, we worked with the class binding using a boolean value. But think what if we have to load a CSS style to an HTML element based on a string value. For example, we want to change the background color of this button based on a something fruit's name, which is stored inside of a string variable. So how do we do that? So let's see this in action. First, I create a variable to store the fruit's name. So go to the app component TS file and create a variable for this. The variable name is something fruit name. Then set the variable type to string. Now assign a default value to this something apple. So add this inside of quotes because this is a string value, right? So next, let's create another new button for this. Inside the app component HTML file, down here, create another button tags and set the button name to something fruit ninja. Next, we need a CSS class for this. So let's define that. As usual, go to the app component CSS file and define a new CSS class something dot apple. Inside this, let's set the button background color to red and set the border color to something green. Now let's apply this style to this when the string value is set to apple. So how do we do that? For this also we can use the same class binding approach. So inside the HTML file, inside this button tag, create a class binding. How do we do that? You guys already know this. Yes, of course. First we have to create a square brackets and inside this class and dot. Now we have to pass this CSS class name, which is this apple. So next, the condition, we have to check whether this variable fruit name is set to apple or not. So for this we can use the equals operator. So let's see this in action. So inside this open and close double quotes, now the variable name is fruit's name. After this equals operator double equal signs. So hope you guys know about these operators, right? So this is nothing to deal with Angular. This is something basic knowledge of JavaScript. Alright, so next we have to check whether this variable value is equals to apple or not. So again create another quotes. This time create single quotes because we cannot create another double quotes inside of double quotes, right? So inside this single quotes, the value that we want to check is apple. So pass it here. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this apple CSS style are applied to this fruit ninja button because this fruit name is set to apple. If I change this value to orange, as you guys can see here, this time these CSS styles are not applied to this button. Because in here we made this condition apply this CSS class to this button element when this variable value equals to apple. Hope you guys got the idea. So guys, in here if you look at this carefully, even if you use a string value to check this, but in the end the statement also return a boolean value. If the string value equals to this, the statement will return true. and Angular class binding will apply this CSS class to this button. If this value is different than this past value, this will return false. And class binding will not apply to this style, to this button. In order to work with Angular class binding, no matter what variable types you are using for this, in the end, you have to pass a boolean value to this class binding. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright, hope you guys now have a clear picture of class binding. Now let's move on to our next topic in this Angular full course, which is style binding. Let's dive into this. So guys, in the previous we learned how to bind an already predefined CSS class into an HTML element conditionally. Think if in any case, if you want to bind a style only just one time and it's not predefined, in this case we can directly assign the CSS style into an HTML element using the style binding approach in Angular. So let's see this in action. Let's get the same examples like the previous. I want to change this color to red based on a condition. So go to the component.html file. Inside this, let's create a button tag and the button text will be something click. Next, we need a boolean value. So let's take the previous boolean value. Now I want to make this button red when this boolean value is true. So how do we do that? As I said, for this we can use the style binding. Nothing much, same as the class binding. First thing first, open and close square brackets. And inside this, for the class binding, we use the class keyword, but this time we are using the style binding. So the keyword is style. So after this, we have to pass the CSS style property. In our case, we are going to change the background color of the button. So the CSS property is background. That's it. So next, we have to pass the CSS value for this. The value for this is red. So after this, equal sign and the value inside the single quotes red. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this button is red, which means our style binding is working as we expected. Wait a minute guys. Am I right? Is this working as we expected? No, right? In here, we didn't pass any condition that we want to display this red color. So this red color will apply to this button when even this boolean value is false. Of course, there is no connection between these two style binding and this with this boolean value. So now the question is, how do we pass the logical condition to this style binding? Very simple. For this, we have to use the ternary condition operator, which is simply one line of if-else condition. So let's do this. First, we have to pass the statement, which is this boolean variable. After this, if this value is true, we have to set red color. So we define that using the question mark. So next we have to define the else statement. If this is not true, let's set this background color to green. So we define the else statement with a colon symbol. So after this colon and the value is green, pass this inside of quotes, same as this. Looks perfect. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, now this button is in red color because this boolean value is set to true. Now change this to false. This time, as you guys can see here, this button background color changed to green color. Perfect, right? Guys, before we move on to the next chapter, let's look at this. In the style binding, we added the CSS property. So after the style bind, right? For this example, we use the background CSS property. Think if any case, if you want to use background color CSS property, how do we do that? In CSS file, we use this background color something like this with this slash icon, right? But when we use this with the style binding inside the HTML file, we cannot use this background color with this slash icon. So we have to use this something like this, background color with uppercase C, right? So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this is working as previous, which means this is working without any issues. If I change this like CSS background color with dash, so now this is not working. So guys, in order to work with style binding, we have to use the CSS properties without adding the hyphen symbol or the dash. We call this DOM style properties. So you guys can find all the DOM style properties in this website. Go to the Google and search this DOM style properties and go to this first result. In here you can find all the list of DOM style properties. So you can get an idea about DOM style properties in this website. So hope you guys got the idea. So now hope you guys have a clear idea about style binding in Angular. So now let's see how we can bind multiple styles of an HTML using Angular style binding. So in the previous, we set the background color to this button. In this lecture, let's see how we can set the border to this button. Same approach as the class binding, we have to bind another style binding to this button. After this first style binding, open and close square brackets. The bind is style, so pass it here. Next is CSS style property. We are going to set a border to this, so the CSS property is border. Guys, as you know, for this we have to pass the DOM CSS property. So for the border, both CSS property and the DOM are same. So pass border here. Next we have to pass the CSS property values and the condition. So inside the double quotes, pass the condition, which is this is active, and next we have to pass the value. So if this is true, we represent this with question mark. So if this is true, set the border value. Inside single quotes, pass the value. Let's set the border thickness to 3 pixels and border type is solid and the border color will be something yellow. Next, in order to work this, we have to define the else statement as well. Otherwise, this will not work. So pass the false statement here, which is represent with the colon symbol. So after this, just simply pass an empty statement. So that's it. Save this and go to the browser. When it's true, this loaded the both styles that we bound to this button using the Angular style binding approach. So guys, like this, you guys can bind as many as styles that you guys want to this button. That's it for this lecture. Let's move on to the next chapter. Alright, before we move on to the next lecture, let's look at the difference between class binding and the style binding. So guys, with the class binding, we conditionally applied CSS classes to an element. But with the style binding, we conditionally applied only CSS properties. So in our example, we applied multiple styles in the both bindings approaches, right? But in the class binding, we don't need to bound multiple class bindings because we can define all the style inside of a one CSS class and we can bind that class to the HTML element using the class binding. So using this, we can simply apply multiple CSS styles to an element with just single class binding. Wait, let's look for an example for this. Let's take the same example like the previous. I want to add the background color and at the same time, I want to add the border color to this button at the same time. So for this, we can simply create a CSS code, something like this. Create a CSS class, something active, and the style will be background color green and the border will be 3 pixel solid and set the color to yellow. Now we can simply bind this class to this button. So inside this, add the class binding and the CSS class is this active. So next the condition boolean value, this variable is active. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this applied this both styles to this button. So if you're using the style binding for this, we have to write 2 style bindings to this button like our previous example. So guys, when we're dealing with only one CSS style, we can use the style binding. But in any case, if we need to apply multiple CSS styles to a single element, in this case, always try to use the class binding approach. So this will reduce the unnecessary lines of codes. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright, that's it for this lecture. Let's move on to the next lecture. Alright guys, let's move on to our next topic, event binding in Angular. So guys, what is this event binding? Simple, nothing much here. Guys, think if you want to perform some kind of action when clicking a button, how do we do that? Very simple. For this, we can use the event binding in Angular. So let's see this in action. So inside the HTML file, let's create a button and add a button text something, click me. So now let's see how to perform the click action. So guys, for this in vanilla JavaScript, we use the onClick event function, right? Something like this. But in Angular, we have something cleaner approach for this. So guys, for this click, we have the click event binding. So in Angular, we define all the event bindings inside of brackets. So open and close brackets. Inside this, we have to pass the event that we need to perform on this button, which is click. Just simply pass that inside this brackets, all lowercase letters. Now next we can define the action that we want to perform on this click event. So let's call a method from this. This is set the method name something button click, and this is a method. So don't forget to add the parentheses. That's it for the click binding. But guys, we have an error here. Property button click does not exist on type app component. If I save this inside the browser also, we can see this error. So what is this problem here? Can you guys guess? Yes, of course, we are calling this method from this click event, but inside our app component TS file, this method is not exist. So in order to fix this, we have to define this method inside the app component TS file. So inside the class scope, create the method name is button click. Pass this same as this, otherwise we will get errors. Next the parentheses and the method scope. So save this now, and inside the HTML file, now there is no any compile errors. Inside the browser also, the previous error was gone. Right? Awesome, right? So guys, now click on this button. Nothing happened. Why is that? Can you guys tell me? Yes, we just defined this method, but inside this method, we are doing nothing. This method is just empty method. So when we click this button, this will look inside this method scope, and if there is something, this will execute and return the result. Otherwise, this will return empty. So in our case, this method is empty. That's why we are not getting anything. So let's log something. So inside this method scope, console.log, the log will be something button clicked. So save this and go to the browser, click on this button. Again, nothing happened. Is there anything wrong again? No, we just logged this inside the browser console. In order to see this, we have to access the browser console. So right click and go to the inspect element, and now navigate to the console tab. From this browser developer tools, as you guys can see here, inside this console, we can see our log button clicked. So let's click this button again. As you guys can see here, this logged our message inside the console again. So which means, guys, this click event is working as we expected. So guys, this is what we call event binding in Angular. So we can use event binding to perform any user actions such as click, hover, keyboard, key press, etc. etc. So simply this is what we call event binding in Angular. Alright, in this lecture, let's look at more event binding examples. We already looked at the click event. Next, let's see mouse hover event. So for this in Angular, we can use the mouse over event binding. So remove this click event and add the mouse over event. Save this and go to the browser. When I hover this button, we got this message printed on the browser console. Like this, we have so many events in Angular. You guys can check them one by one. I'm not going to cover all the events in this lecture. Alright, next let's look at another special event, which is keyboard events. Under this, we can find many events. From this, let's look at the key up event with an example. So think if we want to show a message when we hit the keyboard enter key. So how do we do that? As I said, For this, we can use the key up event binding. So let's see this in action. In order to check this, first thing first, we need a text field, right? So this time we're going to work with the key up keyboard event. So down here, let's create the input field. The input field type will be text. Next, we want to capture the event. For this, we're going to use the key up event. So inside brackets, pass the event name key up. After this, let's call a method from this. For this, let's use another new method. So name this method something key enter. So after this, don't forget to add the parentheses. So we are getting this error because this method is still not exist in our application. So let's create this method. Inside the app component ES file, create the method. The method name is key enter. And after this, add the parentheses. So at last, don't forget to add the method scope. So now inside this, like the previous example, let's simply add a log. So console.log, and the log message is something key pressed. That's it. So now save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got this input field. So now inside this, type something. Look inside the browser console. Each time I press a key on the keyboard, we are getting this key pressed log message printed inside the browser console. Awesome, right? So this is how this key up event works. So guys, next what I want to do is I want to show a message when pressing the enter key. So how do we do that? Let's see this in next lecture. Alright, so now let's see how to show a log message when we press the enter key. For this, we have to capture the key that we pressing on the keyboard. So how do we get that? Very simple. For this, we can use the key code. Guys, there is a unique key code for each and every key in the keyboard. So we can capture that and filter out what we are currently pressing on the keyboard. So let's see how to capture this key code. For this, guys, first we have to pass the event object to this method. So what is this event object? Each and every element in HTML has its own, by default, an event function. So when a user interacts with an HTML element, this will trigger that event function and return some useful data about that event. So guys, this is not to do anything with Angular. This is just a basic of JavaScript, right? Alright, so let's move on. Now what I want to do is I want to pass that event object to this method, because we are going to filter this inside this method, right? So how do we capture that event object? Very simple. By default, this will capture that event object and store it inside of an object variable, which is the $event variable. So we can pass that to this method as a parameter for this object. The event variable is $event. As you guys can see here, we are getting this error. Why is that? Yes, of course, we are now sending a parameter for this method, but inside this method, we are not capturing that parameter. So in order to fix this error, we have to capture this parameter. So go to the app component ES file and capture the event parameter variable. So inside this parentheses, the parameter variable, create something parameter variable event. Set this type as an object, because we are receiving an object from this. Next, let's log this event parameter variable here. We can see what we are getting from this. So after this, add a console.log and the parameter variable is this event. So that's it. Save this all and go to the browser. Now type something on the input field. As you guys can see here, this time we are getting this keyboard event object printed here. So guys, this is the collection of data that can be obtained when a user perform a key up event. So now expand this. Inside this, we can find so many objects data, but for this lecture, we will focus only this key code. So previously I typed letter A here. That's why I got the key object value as a and the key code as 65. So guys, this is the key code that I talking about. So for the lowercase a, the unique key code is 65, right? So wait, let's print only the key code here, then we can see this clearly. So go to the app component ES file and let's print only the key code. So after this dot, the object key name is this key code. Follow these capital simple letters carefully. In order to prevent this, let's make this parameter variable type to any. So that's it. Save this and go to the browser. Now type letter A inside the text field. As you guys can see here, this time inside the browser log, we can only see this key code. Okay, now if I press the enter key, I will get this key code 13, which is the unique key code for the enter key. So guys, using this, we can filter out the enter key press and we can show the message. So let's do this inside the component ES file. Now inside this, let's add a if else statement. Filter the key code. So if the condition is we have to check this key code is equal to 13 or not. So event parameter variable dot key code equals and pass number 13 here. So inside this create a log and the log message will be enter key pressed. Let's remove previous logs. Save this all and go to the browser. Type something inside our text field. We are not getting any logs inside the browser console. Now press enter key. As you guys can see here, this printed this pressed enter log inside the browser. So guys, with this we are filtering the key up event only for the enter key. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so in the previous lecture we did this key up event filtering or enter key press. So for this we use the traditional JavaScript approach. But guys, in Angular we have a cleaner and easier approach for this event filtering. So let's do this. For this, let's create another input field so you guys can find the difference. Down here, create a input field. The type will be text. Next, let's do the key up event. Inside brackets, the event is key up. So after this, let's call a method something key up filtering, and don't forget to add the parentheses. Next, inside the app component ES file, create this method. The method name is key up filtering and the parentheses. After this, add the method scope. Now inside this, for now, just log key up event filtering. Now save this all and go to the browser. Now as you guys can see here, inside our second input, if I type something, we are getting this log. Perfect. Now what I want to do is I want to filter this key up event only for the enter key press. So how do we do that? For this we can use the Angular event filtering approach. So this is very simple compared to the previous approach. So inside the HTML file, after this key up event binding, add this dot enter. So guys, with this we are telling to this event binding to trigger when only user press the enter key. That's it. Simple, right? So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, when type letters inside this input, we are not getting any logs printed inside the browser console. But if I press the enter key, as you guys can see here, we got this log message, which means the key up event is successfully filtered to work only when user pressed the enter key. So guys, this is a very clean and just single line of code to compare to the previous approach. So this is what we called event filtering in Angular. So this will work with all the events binding in Angular. So guys, before we move on, a small question for you guys. Think if in any case, if you want to filter this event when user pressed the letter A on the keyboard, how do we filter this? Can you guys tell me? Yes, of course, we can simply modify this key up event binding filter to A. Remove this enter and replace this with the letter A. So that's it. Save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time this event binding is working only when I press letter A on the keyboard. Awesome, right? So guys, this is the simple use case of event filtering approach in Angular. Let's move on to the next lecture. So guys, let's move on to the next lecture. So previously we worked on this event filtering. So in this lecture, let's see how to capture the input values that user entered inside this input field. For this, we have several approaches in Angular. So let's look at the basic approach. So which is capturing the data using the template variable. So go to the HTML file inside this input. First thing first, let's create the template variable. So how do we create a template variable? Very simple, just create a variable name with the hash symbol. So hash symbol and the variable name something. Let's assume this text field is for the username. So name the variable as user. So guys, this is the template variable. Now let's see what is the use of this template variable. In order to get use of this variable, we have to send this to the component TS file. So let's pass this to this keyup event binding method as a parameter. So inside this parenthesis, pass the template variable name user. Next, we are getting a compile error. Why is that? Now for this method, we are passing a parameter. So in order to prevent this error, we have to capture this parameter variable from this method. So go to the app component TS file and create a parameter variable. Inside this method, parenthesis, set this parameter variable as user, and this type will be, guys, with this template variable, we are sending an HTML input element. So set this data type as HTML input element. Awesome. Now inside this method, let's log this parameter so we can see actually what we are getting with this parameter template variable. So let's use the same log. So remove the log message and pass the parameter variable to this log method. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. Type something inside this input and hit enter. As you guys can see here, we got this HTML input tag printed here. So guys, actually what is this? Guys, this is our HTML input tag, right? To verify this, let's set an ID to this input. Go to the HTML file and set an ID to this input tag. The ID value will be something user input. Now save this and go to the browser. Type something and hit enter. As you guys can see here, this printed the HTML input tag with the ID user input, which means this template variable is actually returning this actual HTML input tag. So now the question is, how do we capture the input tag's value? So guys, by default, all these HTML input tags have an attribute called values, right? Which store the input values of an HTML input tag. This is just a basic HTML and JavaScript thing, right? So by accessing the value attribute, we can access this text field's value, right? So go to the app component TS file. This time let's log the values instead of all HTML element. So after this, add this dot value. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. Type something and hit enter. As you guys can see here, this time we got the text fields typed value instead of the whole input tag. So how do we got this? This time we are logging this values property of this template variable. So that's why we got only the values. So guys, this is how we can capture the text fields value using the template variable. So guys, with this, we are not only capturing the value, we can also capture any attributes of this input tag with this template variable. For example, if you want to capture the ID of this text field, we can access that using the ID property. So remove this and add the ID here. Save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we got the ID of this text field printed here. So like this, we can access all the attributes of HTML input tag using this template variable. So guys, this is a simple use case of a template variable. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so guys, in this lecture, let's study about another important topic in Angular, which is two-way data binding. So the first question is, what is this two-way data binding? Guys, simply for now, keep this in your mind. This two-way data binding is a simple approach for manipulating user input data from view to component and component to view. In other words, we use this approach to send and receive data between component files to HTML file and HTML file to component file. For example, when a user wants to edit his username and think his current username is stored inside of a username variable, for this, first thing first, we have to get the current username of the user from the component file, because we declare all the dynamic and logical stuff inside the component ts file, right? So we have to bring that current username and load it inside of an input HTML element, and we have to again send back the current edited username to the component file from the HTML input element to update and store the edited username, right? So wait, let's do this example so you guys can understand this clearly. First, let's create a variable to store the default username. So inside the app component HTML file, create a variable, the variable name something, username, and this type will be string, and set a default username something, John Doe. Next, what I want to do is I want to load this username inside of an input text field. So how do we do this? So let's see this. Go to the HTML component file and let's create a new HTML input field. Next, I want to set a default username to this input field. For this, we can use the property binding approach. So inside this text input tag, open and close property binding square brackets. Now inside this, we have to pass the property, which is value property. So pass it inside this. Next, assign the username variable to this. So guys, this will assign and load the username inside this text field, right? So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this text field loaded our default username. So how this loaded? We use the property binding for this. Okay. So now we can edit this John Doe to John Smith. So next, let's update the edited username. In order to capture this edited value, we have to use a template variable and send the value to the method. We learned about this in the previous lecture. So let's do this. Inside the input tag, first let's create a template variable. Hashtag, we define the template variable with hashtag, right? So after this, the variable name something, user name. This time, name these all simple letters. Next, let's submit this template variable to a method when click enter. For this, first we can use the keyUp event with the event filtering approach. So inside brackets, the event is keyUp and the event filter is dot enter. Next, let's call the method from this. The method name is something, update user name. After this, don't forget to add the parentheses. So now pass the username template variable to this method as a parameter. Alright, so next go to the app component ts file and create this update username method. This required a parameter variable, so create that. The parameter variable is username, and this type will be HTML input element. Inside this method, let's update the edited username and replace the default username value. So our global username variable, so we access this global variable in TypeScript using this keyword, right? So this dot username assign this username parameter and dot value. So this parameter capture the input text element. So in order to capture the value, we have to access the value attribute. So this is what we did here. We learned about this in the previous lecture, right? So after this, let's log our global username. That's it. So now save this and go to the browser. Now edit this username, John Doe to John Smith. Hit enter. Inside the browser console, we got our edited John Smith username, which means we successfully updated our default username John Doe as John Smith, right? So guys, this is how we send data from component file to HTML file and HTML file or the view to the component file. First, we loaded the default username inside this text input using the property binding. So this is what we can define as sending data from component to HTML, because this username is stored inside the component file, right? So next, in order to store the edited username, we have to again send this edited username back to the component. For this, we used the template variable and event binding approach. So in here, we used almost all binding approaches in Angular, right? So doing this data transferring between component and view, fun, but it's not easy, right? We have to go through so many steps, but we have a cleaner approach for this in Angular. So we call that approach two-way data binding in Angular. So let's look at this in detail in the next lecture. Alright guys, let's continue our journey with two-way data binding in Angular. So in the previous lecture, we learned about how to send data from the component file to HTML file and vice versa. We used property binding and event binding for this, right? But as we discussed, it's not an easy task. We have to go through so many steps. But don't worry, Angular provides us a cleaner and easier approach for this. We call this approach two-way data binding. So let's dive in. So let's go back to our app component HTML file. We have our input field here, right? So now what I want to do is I want to implement two-way data binding on this input field. So how do we do that? Very simple. Angular provides us a directive called ng model for implementing two-way data binding. So let's see this in action. So inside the input tag, add ng model. So now we have to wrap this inside of brackets and square brackets. So wrap this inside of brackets, then square brackets. So guys, remember this M must be capital. So after this, assign inside quotes, pass the variable name that we want to load here, which is this user name. So as you guys can see here, we are getting a compile error. What is this error? So guys, in order to use this ng model with our component, we have to import that. Otherwise, this will not work, right? So go to the app component TS file. Inside this import array, add this forms module. So guys, this ng model directive is coming from this forms module, right? So that's why we are importing this forms module here. So next, select this autocomplete. This will add the import statement automatically. We don't need to add that manually. So that's it. So guys, this will implement two-way data binding on this input field. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, the text field loaded our default username. How this loaded? So guys, we use two-way data binding for this, right? So now we can edit this. So John Doe to John Smith. Now let's update the edited username. In order to capture this edited value, we don't need to use template variable and send the value to method like the before. Two-way data binding will automatically update the username variable in our component file when we edit the value in this input field. So let's see this in action. So guys, for this, let's load the username variable inside the browser view. So how do we load this username variable inside the browser? For this, we can use the string interpolation approach, right? So inside the HTML file, after this text field, add an h3 tag and add the string interpolation scope. Open and close two curly brackets. Inside this, pass the variable name that we want to show inside the browser, which is this username. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this loaded the default username here, John Doe. Now let's change this to John Smith. As you guys can see here, in real time, this updated the username John Doe to John Smith. So if I change this to something else, as you guys can see here, the username variable value also changed. So this is the beauty of two-way data binding. Guys, this is how we implement two-way data binding in Angular. It's a simple and clean approach for manipulating user input data from view to component and component to view. We just need to use the ng model directive and Angular will take care of the rest. So awesome, right? In the previous video, we learned about the two-way data binding. Some of you may wonder what is this two-way data binding, how this is different from this property binding, and actually what is this two-way data binding and one-way data binding. So if you look at the one-way data binding, so this one-way data binding will bind the data from the component to the view. So this one-way data binding is unidirectional. So you can only bind the data from the component to the view. Let me show you a quick example for this. Create another input tag after this input and hit enter. Input type will be text. Now I want to add value to this input. How do we do that normally? We set the value property to this input field and we'll add the value inside the quotes. Value will be something one-way data binding. So save this and back to the browser. Look at this. We got this two-way data binding inside this text field. So this is how we doing this in normal HTML. But I want to make this dynamic. So I will create a variable inside the component TS file, something text value. This V is capital. This variable's data type is string. So after this, assign a value for this. Inside quotes, something value is coming from the component. So save this now. Go to the app component HTML file. Now I want to pass the text value variable to this input. How do we do that? If you can remember, we learned earlier how to show a variable inside of this HTML view using string interpolation and property binding. Now we are dealing with this value property. So let's use the property binding method. So let's make this value property as a property binding by wrapping this inside of a square brackets. Now we are getting the value from the component. So remove this hand-coded value and add the variable name, text value. Now save this and back to the browser. Perfect. Now we got this value inside this input field. Now think if we want to capture this value when we press the enter key, like previous video example. For that, first bind the event with the event filtering for enter key. Assign it to this same onKeyApp method. Save this. Now go to the component TS file and remove this previous log and add this new log. This time log this text value variable. Save this all and back to the browser. Now we got this value inside this text field. So hit enter. Look at the browser console. In here we got this log saying value coming from the component, which is same as this. Now let's change this value to value coming from view. Now hit enter. Look at the console. This time also we got this same previous message. Again change this to something else. Still we are getting the same message. What is happening here? If you look at the code, this is passing this text value variable's value to this input with property binding. But this cannot modify this changed value and assign it to this component text value variable. That's why we are getting this same value from this log. So this is what we called one-way data binding. With this, we can only bind data from component to view. We cannot change this variable's value from inside of this view or with this HTML page. But with the two-way data binding, we can pass data from component to Weave, and also we can send data from Weave to component. Let's see this in action. Again, create another input field. Input type is text. Now bind this text value variable to this. In previous example, we did this using the property binding. This time, let's do this with the two-way data binding. We learned about this in the previous video. So open and close square brackets. Inside this again simple brackets. Inside this type ng model. So this is the special Angular syntax for two-way data binding. So after this equal sign, now pass the variable name inside quotes, text value. After this, add this same keyup function. Copy and paste it here. Save this all and back to the browser. We got this value inside this second input as well. Now change this value to value coming from the Weave and hit enter. Look at the console. This time this value changed to this value. Again type something else and hit enter. Perfect, right? We got this value logged inside the browser console. So this is the usage of two-way data binding. If we quickly recap this, with one-way data binding, we can only set data from component to Weave. We cannot modify or add changes to that data from Weave and send it back to the component. But in two-way data binding, we can pass data from component to Weave, and also we can modify that data and send it back to the component from the Weave. This string interpolation, property binding, class binding, and the style binding, all these data bindings are included into the one-way data binding category. We can only do two-way data binding using only this ng model syntax. Hope you guys got the idea. Hey everyone, welcome back. We know components in Angular are essential, but what if we need to add a behavior or modify the DOM elements directly? How do we do that? Can you guys guess? Yes, you are correct. We use Angular directives. So guys, what exactly are Angular directives? Well, Angular directives are classes that add additional behavior to elements in your Angular applications. They allow you to manipulate the DOM, which is the document object model, directly. This is important for creating dynamic and interactive web applications. So why are directives so important in Angular applications? Directives are a fundamental concept in Angular. They enable developers like us to extend the functionality of HTML by creating custom behavior that can be reused across our application. So with directives, we can change the appearance, behavior, or layout of a DOM element, making our application more dynamic and user-friendly. So now let's talk about the different types of Angular directives. So there are three main types. The first one is the components directive. So these are the directives with a template. They are the most common directives that you guys are probably already using when you create components. Each component manages a part of the HTML for your application. It's like the captain of a team leading the charge. So next we have the structural directives. Guys, these are the ones that change the structure of the DOM by adding, removing, or manipulating elements. You might have seen them as ngIf or ngFor. They are like the construction workers of your application, building and reshaping the UI. Next, we have the attribute directives. So these directives change the appearance or behavior of an element, component, or another directive. So they are like the stylist of your application, tweaking the look and feel. Examples includes ngStyle or ngClass. So next we can create custom directives. So using this we can create our own custom directives from scratch. Understanding these types is essential as they form the building blocks of creating complex Angular applications. Each type of directive serves as a unique purpose and can be used in combination to achieve powerful results. So guys, once again, you guys might wonder, why should I use these directives in an Angular application? So using directives makes your app more responsive, dynamic and easier to manage. They let you to reuse code and keep your templates cleaner, which is great for maintenance. So yes, of course, who doesn't like clean, readable and more robust code, right? So guys, get ready to explore the powerful world of Angular directives. In the next lecture, we'll start with structural directive, where we will learn how to dynamically add or remove elements from the DOM. So let's move on to the next lesson. Alright, so guys, now in this lecture, let's talk about component directives and structural directives. So as you guys know, we already learned about component directives, right? In Angular, we categorize components under directives. Basically, we use components to load a view inside the browser according to some conditions. So hope you guys remember this. So guys, keep this in your mind. Directives are kind of a component without a view, and Angular components are directives with a view. Everything you can do with an Angular directive, you can do with Angular component. So guys, this is the simple difference between Angular components and directives. Alright, so let's dive into the structural directives. So let's see what structural directives are available in Angular with the updated syntax @if, @for, @switch, and in the next lectures we will dive into each directives with detailed examples. So now let's focus on structural directives. Structural directives are special directives in Angular that can change the DOM layout by adding and removing elements based on a condition. They alter the structure of the DOM. For example, think about a situation where you want to display a welcome message only if the user is logged in. So in this case, we can use the if Angular directives to achieve this, right? So the most common structural directives in Angular are ngIf, ngFor, and the ngSwitch. But with Angular 17 and up, we have updated syntax for these directives, which are these @if, @for, and @switch cases. So we will no longer use these previous directive approach, right? So don't worry about this. You guys will get used to this in next lectures. Alright, so we use this @if directive to conditionally render elements based on a Boolean expression. So this @for directive we use to repeat an element for each item in a collection, and this switch directive we use this to display one of a set elements based on a matching criteria. So guys, now I think you guys have an overview of what structural directives are and the new syntax available in Angular 17 and up. These directives are powerful tools that allow you to control the DOM structure dynamically and efficiently. So guys, keep this in your mind. This section is very important, right? So in the upcoming lectures, we'll dive deeper into each directive, providing detailed examples and hands-on tasks to solidify your understanding. So let's move on to the next lecture. Alright, so let's dive into the if-else directive. Think that I want to show the username in the view only when user is logged in. How do you do that? Very simple. You guys already know about this. So for this we can use the if directive in Angular. So in the previous lecture, I told you that in the latest version of Angular, they introduced a new syntax approach for this if directive. But still, in any case, if you guys want to use the old version, you guys can use that also. So I show you both approaches so you guys can understand the old way and the new way. So first let's see the old way. Before that, I cleared all the previous codes. So first for this, we need two variables. So let's create them. As usual, inside the app component is file, create the variable. The first variable is for the user logged in status. So set the variable name as is logged in. Set the variable type to boolean and the setter default value something false. Next, create a variable for username. So the variable name is username and set the type to string. At last, set a default value to this John Doe. Alright, so next let's see how to load this username inside the browser view. So guys, how do we do that? I am not asking about the conditional loading, I am just asking how to load this username variable inside the browser view. Yes, of course, we can use string interpolation approach. So let's quickly do this inside the component HTML file. Let's load this username. So we'll load this inside of an h2 tag. So create h2 tags. Between these, add the string interpolation scope. How do we do that? Open and close two curly brackets, right? So inside this, now pass the variable name, which is the user name. So guys, now save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, the username John Doe loaded here. Alright, now let's see how we can load this username conditionally inside the browser view when the logged in status true. So for this, as I said earlier, we gonna use the old approach, the ngIf directive. So let's see this in action. So if you guys can remember the previous lecture, the data binding, so like that, we have to add the ngIf also inside the HTML tags opening tag as a attributes. So inside this heading tags, add asterisk symbol, and after this add ngIf. So this I is capital. Now after this add the equal sign. So inside quotes pass the condition, which is we already stored inside of the is logged in variable. So pass that here. The variable name is logged in. So guys, this ngIf will render this heading tag only if this condition return true. Otherwise this will not load this inside the browser DOM. So guys, in order to work this directive, we have to import this ngIf directive module to this component. So go to the component ES file and add the ngIf module inside this import array. Add the module ngIf. So carefully follow these capital simple letters. So now select this autocomplete. So this will add the import statements automatically. So guys, this is coming from this Angular command package. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. Inside the browser we got nothing. Why is that? Because we set this is logged in value to false. If this return false, ngIf will not load this inside the browser. Now let's change this false to true. Again save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time this loaded the username inside the browser. So guys, this is how we use the ngIf directive to load something inside the browser view based on a condition. Alright, so in the previous lecture we loaded this using the ngIf directive. So guys, this previous approach is the oldest way. So now let's look at the new way, which is the @if-else syntax way. So let's see this in action. We'll use the same example as previous. So down here again create another h3 tag and load the username using the string interpolation. Now let's see how we can load this inside the browser view using the new way. So nothing much, it's very simple. So just open and close the if condition scope. So the key is @if, after this condition parentheses and the scope. So simply open and close two curly brackets. So now inside this parentheses pass the condition, which is the boolean variable is logged in. Now inside the scope, put this h3 tag that we want to show inside the browser view. So when this statement return true, this will load inside the browser. That's it. So this is simple, right? So this is same like the JavaScript and other programming languages if directive. Okay. So for this, we don't need to import any modules like the previous ng if. So save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this loaded the second username here, which is loaded using the syntax approach. So guys, this is how we use the new syntax approach in Angular. So guys, now in this lecture, let's see how the opposite of the if condition, which is the else condition, works. So how do we implement these two approaches? Think if I want to show a message, something user is not logged in instead of this username when the user is not logged in, or when this boolean value is set to false, how do we do that? It's very simple. So first let's look at the first approach, the ngIf directive approach. So guys, unfortunately in this ngIf directive, like this ngIf, we don't have another directive like ng else. So in Angular, in order to show this user not logged in message, we have to use another same ngIf directive again, right? So before that, let's create the message. For this, let's use h4 tags, open and close h4 tags. Between this, pass the message, user is not logged in. Next, we have to show this message in the view when the user is not logged in. In other way, we have to show this message when this boolean value is set to false. As I said, for this also we have to use another ngIf. So add the ngIf directive, and the condition is, this time we have to check the opposite of this is logged in boolean value. So for this we can use the not operator. So we learned about this in the previous lecture, right? So the exclamation mark represents the not operator. So add that here. After this, add the variable is logged in. That's it. So guys, with this we are telling this to load this message when the statement returns false. So how you guys got the idea? Now save this and go to the browser. We got the username. Why is that? Because this value is set to true boolean value. Now change this value to false. Save this and again go to the browser. As you guys can see here, now this loaded the user not logged in message, which means this condition worked. This return false. Awesome, right? So guys, this is how we deal with the else condition using the ngIf directive. So next look at our second syntax approach. Guys, so how do we do this using the syntax approach? For this also guys, we can do the same approach like previous. We can create another if condition down here and we can check the false statement with the not operator. And we can load the not logged in message inside the browser view. Same like previous, right? Wait, let's write the code so you guys can understand this clearly. Down here again, create another if syntax block, at if, after this parentheses, and the if scope. Now the condition is the same as the previous, opposite of is logged in. So not operator, and the variable is logged in. Now inside the scope, let's pass the message that we want to show inside the browser view. For this also create an h4 tag, and the message is something user logged out. Add this also inside brackets, loaded using if syntax block. So now we can clearly differentiate these two approaches inside the browser. So now set this variable value to true. Inside the browser we cannot see any messages. So now again set this variable value to false. Now this loaded the both messages, ngIf and if syntax blocks messages. So which means this also working fine. So guys, before we move on, in Angular, if we use this if syntax block approach in our Angular application, we have an advantage. This syntax block included the else block. So not like the previous ngIf approach. So we can simply create an else block same as this if block, and we can simply render the message. So let's see this in action. Down here after this first if block, create a else block same as this at symbol, and the block is else. So for this we don't need a condition parameter. So just simply add the else block scope with curly brackets. Now pass the message. Simply copy and paste the previous message and change this to loaded from else syntax block. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time this else block message also rendered inside the browser, which means this also working as we expected. So guys, keep this in your mind as a good practice. We will use this else block when we used the if syntax approach in our Angular application. So we will not create another new if block again. So guys, that's it for this lecture. Hope you guys got this. Right, so in the previous lecture, we learned about the else condition. When we learning the ngIf directive approach, I said that there is no ngelse directive. Guys, actually we have an else statement in a ngIf directive, but its approach is something a little different. So in this lecture, learn about this in detail. So guys, in the previous lecture, we used another ngIf to handle the else condition part. This worked, but it can get a bit messy when we have to deal with multiple conditions, right? So let's look at a cleaner way to do this. For this guys, in Angular, we have another directive which is ngTemplate. So let's dive in. First, let's take the same example as the previous. I want to show this user not logged in message when this is logged in value set to false. So first, let's define the message, which is this h4 tag. So let's duplicate this and remove the ngIf, because now we don't need this ngIf. Change the message to something loaded using ngTemplate. Now we have to wrap this message inside of ngTemplate tags. So guys, we use this ngTemplate as HTML custom tags. So open and close ngTemplate tags, ng-template. So now inside this, cut and paste this message. Alright, so now we have to give an identifier to this, so we can access this ngTemplate outside of this. So for this, we'll use template variables. We learned about this also in detail in the previous lecture, right? So how do we create a template variable? We declare a template variable using hash symbol, right? So hash symbol and the variable name, set this to something message. Awesome. Now we have the ngTemplate. Now let's see how to deal with the else condition part. Nothing much. After this ngIf condition, add this. So first add a semicolon. After this, else keyword. Then we have to pass that we want to do in this else part. So in our case, for this, we want to show this ngTemplate message. So how do we pass that here? Very simple. Just simply pass this template variable here. So this will render this ngTemplate message inside the view if this boolean value set to false. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got this message which is loaded from ngTemplate. So guys, this is how we deal with ngIf else condition. So guys, this approach is almost out of date. Throughout this course, we will use the latest syntax approach. If you guys don't get this, leave it. It will be not an issue. Alright, so let's move on to the next lecture. So guys, in the previous lecture, we learned how to deal with Angular if directive only using boolean true or false values. But guys, for this we can use string or number values as well. So in this lecture, let's look at how to use ngIf directive with number values. So first look at the ngIf directive, and in the next lectures, we'll look at the new if syntax approach. So let's get started. So guys, let's look at this with an example. So for this, I want to show a message when the user exceeds 3 login attempts. So we'll count the login attempts with a login button. So let's do this. For this, first thing first, let's create a button. So go to the app component HTML file and create button tags. The button text will be login. So next what I want to do is I want to count the login attempts when user clicks this button. So how do we do that? So very simple. For this we can use the click binding approach. So inside this button starting tag, add a click event binding. So how do we add that? We learned about this in the previous lectures. So how do you do this? Very simple. For event bindings, we use brackets, right? So open and close simple brackets. Inside this, pass the event, which is click. Now, when this click event occur, we'll call a method something count login attempts. So after this, don't forget to add the parentheses. So guys, as you guys can see here, we are getting this compile error. Why is that? Can you guys tell me? Yes, of course. So guys, we are calling this method from here, but there is no method declared inside the app component TS file. So in order to fix this, we have to create this method. So go to the app component TS file and create this method. The method name is count login attempt. So carefully follow these simple capital letters. So after this, add the parentheses and the method scope. So we successfully created the method. Next, what I want to do is I want to store the login count inside of a variable. So when user click the login button. So let's do this. For this, first thing first, we need a variable. So create a variable. The variable name is something login count. Set this type as number. So after this, set a default value to this 0. Next, what I want to do is I want to increment this login count by 1 when user press the login button. So how do we do that? Very simple. So inside the count login method, let's increment this variable value by 1. So for this we can use the increment operator, which is 2 plus symbols. So inside this, the variable this dot login count, after this plus plus. So that's it. So guys, once again, simply in this increment operator will increase this login count value by 1. So by default, this value is set to 0. So when user press the login button at the initial stage, this will increase the default value by 1. In order to see this clearly, we'll add a log down here. So after this, add a console log and pass this variable inside this log parentheses. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. Now click on this login button. Inside the browser console, we can see number 1. So if I press this login button again, we can see 2 and so on. So this method is working as we expected. Alright, so guys, next let's work on the conditional logic. Guys, I want to show a message when user exceed 3 attempts of clicking this login button. So how do we do that? For this, we'll simply use the ngIf directive. So first thing first, let's create the message. For this, let's use an h4 tags. The message will be exceeded 3 login attempts. Try again later. That's it. So now I want to show this message when user exceed 3 clicks of this login button. So for this, add the ngIf directive inside this h4 opening tags, asterisk symbol, and the directive ngIf. So after this, add the condition, which is we store this login count inside of this login count variable. So add that here, login count, and add the greater than symbol. After this, add number 3. So with this, we are telling to this condition, if this login count variable value is greater than 3, show this message. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, now we are not getting the warning message. So click the login button 3 times. After I click 3 times, this error message appeared inside the browser. Awesome, right? So guys, once again with this condition, we are telling to check whether this login count variable value is greater than 3 or not. If this greater than 3, this greater than operator will return true. So in that case, this message h4 tags will render inside the browser. So this is how this error message loaded inside the browser. So hope you guys got the idea. So guys, before we move on to the next lecture, let's see another example. Now I want to hide this button when the user attempts 3 times to log in. So how do we do that? For this also we can use the same approach. So add ngIf directive to this button opening tag. The condition this time, first add the login count variable and check whether this login count is less than number 3. So this time I want to display this button when this login count value is less than number 3, right? So if this login count value is less than 3, this will return true. Then this button will appear inside the browser. Otherwise, this button will not rendered inside the browser. So that's it. Save this all and go to the browser. Click this button 3 times. And as you guys can see here, this time after the attempt 3, login button disappeared from the view and this login attempt warning message appeared inside the browser view. Awesome, right? So guys, this is how we deal with numbers in ngIf directive. So in the previous lecture, we learned how to deal with number values in if directive using the old ngIf directive. So in this lecture, let's see how to do this using the new syntax approach. So first write the if block. Before that, for this also we'll define another button. So create a button tags and add the button text login syntax. Next, copy and paste the previous click event binding. No need to change anything. That's it. So next, after this, create the if block. Inside the condition, parentheses, add the condition. So this time we want to check whether this login count value is greater than number 3. So same like previous. So inside this block, add the message that we want to display inside the browser. So I will copy and paste the previous message. So at last, don't forget to remove the ngIf directive from this h4 tags. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. Now this time click on the second syntax button. As you guys can see here, after 3 attempts, we got the login attempt warning message. So this is coming from the if syntax block. So this was the same like previous. So if the login count variable value is greater than 3, this will return true. And if this return true, this if block will display this message inside the browser. Simple, right? Next, let's see how we can hide the button inside the view when user attempt more than 3 times to login. So how do we do that? Very simple. So create another if syntax block and set the condition same like previous. The login count variable is less than 3. So now inside this, cut and paste our second button. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time the button disappeared from the browser and message appeared inside the browser after user attempts 3 times to login. So guys, I'm not going to explain everything. This is very easy. Same scenario like the previous. So only the difference here is the code block. Previously we used the ngIf. Now we are using the new way if syntax blocks. So that's it. So guys, this is how we deal with number values in Angular if blocks. Perfect. So guys, in the previous lecture, we learned how to deal with number values. Now in this lecture, let's see how we can do the conditions with string values. So guys, nothing much here. So for this also, let's look at an example. The example is, so when user logged in I want to show a message based on a user role, like the previous example. But this time we will store the user roles inside of string variable, not like the previous boolean values, right? So let's do this. First thing first, go to the app component is file and create a variable to store the user role. So create a variable something user role and set this type to string. At last, set a default value to this something admin. Next, let's work on the logic. So go to the app component HTML file. First, let's create the message. So create an h4 tags. The message is welcome admin. Next, let's add the condition. So inside this h4 tag, add the directive ngIf. The condition is this time I want to show this message when the user role variable set as admin. So how do we check that? Very simple. For this we can use the equals operator, right? So pass the condition. Now first the variable user role. After this equals operator, which is this double equal sign. After this add the user role, which is admin. Pass this inside quotes. That's it. So we successfully write the condition. So guys, with this we are telling that if this user role variable is set to admin, display this message. Simple, right? So save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we got this admin message here. If I change this variable value to something different, something member, save this and go to the browser. Now this message is not displaying inside the browser. Awesome. So guys, now what I want to do is I want to show another message when this user role value set to member. So how do we do that? For this we can write another ngIf, but for this example as a good practice we'll do this using the else condition. So let's do this. For this, first thing first we need a ng template. So down here create ng template. Inside this create the message which we want to show when the user role set as member. So create another h4 tags, set the message welcome member. Now at last don't forget to add an identifier to this ng template. So how do we add that? For this we'll use template variables. So create the template variable something member message. That's it. So next let's work on the else condition. So after this ngIf condition, add a semicolon and add else. So after this else condition, call the ng template, which is this member message. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. Now this time we can see this member message inside the browser. So how this loaded inside the browser? Because this time this user role value set as member. Awesome, right? So guys, in this lecture, let's see how to deal with string values conditions using the new syntax approach. So nothing much here, very simple. So first create the if block and set the condition same as previous. I want to show a message when the user role set as admin. So how do we do that? For this also we'll use the past condition. The condition is user role equals admin. So pass this admin as string values inside quotes. So now inside this block, add the user admin message. So save this and go to the browser. Now we cannot see the message. Why is that? Because now this user role set as member. So in this case, the syntax condition return false. So in this case, the syntax condition return false. So this message will not render inside the browser. So if I change the role to admin, save this and go to the browser. Now we can see our admin message. Cool, right? So next guys, let's see how to show the member message. So how do we do that? Very simple. For this we can use another else if block. So after this, down here, add the else if block, set the condition. This time we want to check whether this user role value set as member or not. So the variable is user role. After this equals operator and the value is member. pass this as a string value inside of quotes. So after this, inside this scope, add the message welcome member. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. Now we can see the admin message. So back to the app component.ts file, change the user value to member. Save this and go to the browser. Now this loaded the member message inside the browser. Awesome, right? So guys, this is how we deal with string conditions in if directive. So guys, we successfully completed the ngIf directive. Awesome job guys. Now before we move on to the next directive, let's dive deeper into the ng template. In the previous lecture, we used ng template, but I didn't explain much about it. So in this lecture, let's look at what is ng template and what we can do with it. So actually, what is this ng template? ng template is a powerful tool in Angular that allows us to define template content that can be used later in our application. Unlike regular HTML elements, ng templates itself will not render inside the DOM. We can use it when we need it. So guys, think of ng template as a container for a piece of template code that we want to keep hidden until we need it. It's especially useful when working with conditional rendering, as it allows us to define a template that will be displayed based on a certain conditions. So guys, this is what we did using the else condition. In previous lectures, when we deal with else conditions, we used this ng template, right? So if this return true, we show this message. If not, we show this ng template, right? So by default, this ng template's content will not load inside the browser. It will only load inside the browser when we call it from this else condition. Wait, I show you another example. Create ng template tags. Inside this add p tag and add this text. This content is inside ng template. So now save this and go to the browser. Inside the browser, we cannot see the ng template message. So guys, this is what I was trying to tell you. The content inside the ng template is not rendered in the DOM by default. It acts as a placeholder for the content that Angular can inject into the DOM when needed. So in order to render this ng template inside of the browser DOM, we have to use one of the Angular directives. So we can give an identifier to this using template variables, something dynamic template. Now inside this else, we'll call this dynamic template. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time this loaded the ng template message inside the browser. Perfect, right? So guys, once again, ng template is a powerful feature in Angular that allows you to define template content that can be conditionally or dynamically rendered inside the browser. It's a great way to create reusable and flexible templates in your application. I hope these examples helps you to understand how ng template works and how you can use it in your Angular projects. In the next lectures, we'll explore more advanced directives and features of Angular. So let's move on to the next lecture. So in the previous lecture, we learned that in order to render the ng template content inside of the browser, we have to use an Angular directive, right? But there is another approach for this, like the property binding approach. For this, we have another special property for this called ng template outlet. So let's see this in action. Guys, think that we want to load something call to action button inside of this component multiple times in different areas. Simply, how do we do that? In traditional way, we simply copy and paste that button code, right? But in Angular, we can do this more efficiently using the ng template. So let's see this in action. First thing first, create a button, something, join now. So now what I want to do is I want to load this button inside the sidebar area, footer area, and also in the hero section area. For this, we'll create 3 divs. The first one is for the sidebar. The second one is for the hero section. And the third one is for the footer. So in a traditional HTML website, we will simply copy and paste this button in these 3 places. Something like this. So this will load inside the browser as well. So guys, but as I said in Angular, we can do this using the ng template. So for this, first thing first, wrap this button inside of ng template tags. So after this, give an identifier to this ng template, something call to action. So save this and go to the browser. Now we cannot see the button inside the browser. Why is that? Because the ng template content will not render inside the browser until we trigger or call it, right? So now inside these sections, divs, how do we load this ng template? In here, we do not need to use any Angular directives. So how do we do that? Very simple. For this, we have another property in Angular called ng template outlet. So inside the first div, add square brackets and add this property ng template outlet. So now from here, access the ng template, which is this call to action. As you guys can see here, we are getting a compile error, which is this ng template isn't known a property of div. So in order to fix this, we have to import that into the app component. So same like other imports. Inside this imports array, add the module name ng template outlet. Select this from this auto suggestions. This will add the import statement automatically. This is also coming from this Angular command module. Awesome. So now we don't have the error. So save this all and go to the browser. Now we can see the join now button inside the first div sidebar. So using the same approach, we can load the same button inside the other divs as well. So inside this again pass the same ng outlet template. Let's copy and paste this from the previous div. Save this and go to the browser. Now this loaded the join now button inside these all three sections. So guys, before end of this lecture, inside of this ng template area, we can define as much as templates we needed. For example, we can add a p tag here, something call to action. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this loaded this p tag also in all of these sections. So guys, simply using the ng template, we can reuse a piece of template code again and again without repeating the same HTML code inside our browser. So guys, this is the use of ng template. So hope you guys all understand this. Alright, I think that's it for this lecture. So let's move on to the next one. So guys, in the previous lecture, we learned how to deal with Angular if directive only using Boolean true or false values. But guys, for this we can use string or number values as well. So in this lecture, let's look at how to use ng if directive with number values. So first look at the ng if directive, and in the next lectures, we'll look at the new if syntax approach. So let's get started. So guys, let's look at this with an example. So for this, I want to show a message when the user exceeds 3 login attempts. So we'll count the login attempts with a login button. So let's do this. For this, first thing first, let's create a button. So go to the app component HTML file and create button tags. The button text will be login. So next what I want to do is I want to count the login attempts when user clicks this button. So how do we do that? So very simple. For this we can use the click binding approach. So inside this button starting tag, add a click event binding. So how do we add that? We learned about this in the previous lectures. So how do you do this? Very simple. For event bindings, we use brackets, right? So open and close simple brackets. Inside this, pass the event, which is click. Now, when this click event occur, we'll call a method something count login attempts. So after this, don't forget to add the parentheses. So guys, as you guys can see here, we are getting this compile error. Why is that? Can you guys tell me? Yes, of course. So guys, we are calling this method from here, but there is no method declared inside the app component TS file. So in order to fix this, we have to create this method. So go to the app component TS file and create this method. The method name is count login attempt. So carefully follow these simple capital letters. So after this, add the parentheses and the method scope. So we successfully created the method. Next, what I want to do is I want to store the login count inside of a variable. So when user click the login button. So let's do this. For this, first thing first, we need a variable. So create a variable. The variable name is something login count. Set this type as number. So after this, set a default value to this 0. Next, what I want to do is I want to increment this login count by 1 when user press the login button. So how do we do that? Very simple. So inside the count login method, let's increment this variable value by 1. So for this, we can use the increment operator, which is 2 plus symbols. So inside this, the variable this dot login count, after this plus plus. So that's it. So guys, once again, simply in this increment operator will increase this login count value by 1. So by default, this value is set to 0. So when user press the login button at the initial stage, this will increase the default value by 1. In order to see this clearly, we'll add a log down here. So after this, add a console log and pass this variable inside this log parentheses. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. Now click on this login button. Inside the browser console, we can see number 1. So if I press this login button again, we can see 2 and so on. So this method is working as we expected. Alright, so guys, next let's work on the conditional logic. Guys, I want to show a message when user exceed 3 attempts of clicking this login button. So how do we do that? For this, we'll simply use the ngIf directive. So first thing first, let's create the message. For this, let's use an h4 tags. The message will be exceeded 3 login attempts. Try again later. That's it. So now I want to show this message when user exceed 3 clicks of this login button. So for this, add the ngIf directive inside this h4 opening tags, asterisk symbol, and the directive ngIf. So after this, add the condition, which is we store this login count inside of this login count variable. So add that here, login count, and add the greater than symbol. After this, add number 3. So with this, we are telling to this condition, if this login count variable value is greater than 3, show this message. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, now we are not getting the warning message. So click the login button 3 times. After I click 3 times, this error message appeared inside the browser. Awesome, right? So guys, once again, with this condition, we are telling to check whether this login count variable value is greater than 3 or not. If this greater than 3, this greater than operator will return true. So in that case, this message h4 tags will render inside the browser. So this is how this error message loaded inside the browser. So hope you guys got the idea. So guys, before we move on to the next lecture, let's see another example. Now I want to hide this button when the user attempts 3 times to log in. So how do we do that? For this also we can use the same approach. So add ngIf directive to this button opening tag. The condition this time, first add the login count variable and check whether this login count is less than number 3. So this time I want to display this button when this login count value is less than number 3, right? So if this login count value is less than 3, this will return true. Then this button will appear inside the browser. Otherwise, this button will not rendered inside the browser. So that's it. Save this all and go to the browser. Click this button 3 times. And as you guys can see here, this time after the attempt 3, login button disappeared from the view and this login attempt warning message appeared inside the browser view. Awesome, right? So guys, this is how we deal with numbers in ngIf directive. So in the previous lecture, we learned how to deal with number values in if directive using the old ngIf directive. So in this lecture, let's see how to do this using the new syntax approach. So first write the if block. Before that, for this also we'll define another button. So create a button tags and add the button text login syntax. Next, copy and paste the previous click event binding. No need to change anything. That's it. So next, after this, create the if block. Inside the condition, parentheses, add the condition. So this time we want to check whether this login count value is greater than number 3. So same like previous. So inside this block, add the message that we want to display inside the browser. So I will copy and paste the previous message. So at last, don't forget to remove the ngIf directive from this h4 tags. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. Now this time click on the second syntax button. As you guys can see here, after 3 attempts, we got the login attempt warning message. So this is coming from the if syntax block. So this was the same like previous. So if the login count variable value is greater than 3, this will return true. And if this return true, this if block will display this message inside the browser. Simple, right? Next, let's see how we can hide the button inside the view when user attempt more than 3 times to login. So how do we do that? Very simple. So create another if syntax block and set the condition same like previous. The login count variable is less than 3. So now inside this, cut and paste our second button. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time the button disappeared from the browser and message appeared inside the browser after user attempts 3 times to login. So guys, I'm not going to explain everything. This is very easy. Same scenario like the previous. So only the difference here is the code block. Previously we used the ngIf. Now we are using the new way if syntax blocks. So that's it. So guys, this is how we deal with number values in Angular if blocks. Perfect. So guys, in the previous lecture, we learned how to deal with number values. Now in this lecture, let's see how we can do the conditions with string values. So guys, nothing much here. So for this also, let's look at an example. The example is, so when user logged in, I want to show a message based on a user role, like the previous example. But this time we will store the user roles inside of string variable, not like the previous Boolean values, right? So let's do this. First thing first, go to the app component is file and create a variable to store the user role. So create a variable something user role and set this type to string. At last, set a default value to this something admin. Next, let's work on the logic. So go to the app component HTML file. First, let's create the message. So create an h4 tags. The message is welcome admin. Next, let's add the condition. So inside this h4 tag, add the directive ngIf. The condition is this time I want to show this message when the user role variable set as admin. So how do we check that? Very simple. For this we can use the equals operator, right? So pass the condition. Now first the variable user role. After this equals operator, which is this double equal sign. After this add the user role, which is admin. Pass this inside quotes. That's it. So we successfully write the condition. So guys, with this we are telling that if this user role variable is set to admin, display this message. Simple, right? So save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we got this admin message here. If I change this variable value to something different, something member, save this and go to the browser. Now this message is not displaying inside the browser. Awesome. So guys, now what I want to do is I want to show another message when this user role value set to member. So how do we do that? For this we can write another ngIf, but for this example as a good practice we'll do this using the else condition. So let's do this. For this, first thing first, we need a ng template. So down here create ng template. Inside this create the message which we want to show when the user role set as member. So create another h4 tags, set the message welcome member. Now at last don't forget to add an identifier to this ng template. So how do we add that? For this we'll use template variables. So create the template variable something member message. That's it. So next let's work on the else condition. So after this ngIf condition, add a semicolon and add else. So after this else condition, call the ng template, which is this member message. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. Now this time we can see this member message inside the browser. So how this loaded inside the browser? Because this time this user role value set as member. Awesome, right? So guys, in this lecture, let's see how to deal with string values conditions using the new syntax approach. So nothing much here, very simple. So first create the if block and set the condition same as previous. I want to show a message when the user role set as admin. So how do we do that? For this also we'll use the past condition. The condition is user role equals admin. So pass this admin as string values inside quotes. So now inside this block, add the user admin message. So save this and go to the browser. Now we cannot see the message. Why is that? Because now this user role set as member. So in this case, the syntax condition return false. So in this case, the syntax condition return false. So this message will not render inside the browser. So if I change the role to admin, save this and go to the browser. Now we can see our admin message. Cool, right? So next guys, let's see how to show the member message. So how do we do that? Very simple. For this we can use another else if block. So after this, down here, add the else if block, set the condition. This time we want to check whether this user role value set as member or not. So the variable is user role. After this, equals operator and the value is member. Pass this as a string value inside of quotes. So after this, inside this scope, add the message welcome member. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. Now we can see the admin message. So back to the app component.ts file, change the user value to member, save this and go to the browser. Now this loaded the member message inside the browser. Awesome, right? So guys, this is how we deal with string conditions in if directive. So guys, we successfully completed the ngIf directive. Awesome job guys. Now before we move on to the next directive, let's dive deeper into the ng template. In the previous lecture, we used ng template, but I didn't explain much about it. So in this lecture, let's look at what is ng template and what we can do with it. So actually, what is this ng template? ng template is a powerful tool in Angular that allows us to define template content that can be used later in our application. Unlike regular HTML elements, ng templates itself will not render inside the DOM. We can use it when we need it. So guys, think of ng template as a container for a piece of template code that we want to keep hidden until we need it. It's especially useful when working with conditional rendering, as it allows us to define a template that will be displayed based on a certain conditions. So this is what we did using the else condition. In previous lectures, when we deal with else conditions, we used this ng template, right? So if this return true, we show this message. If not, we show this ng template, right? So by default, this ng template's content will not load inside the browser. It will only load inside the browser when we call it from this else condition. Wait, I show you another example. Create ng template tags. Inside this add p tag and add this text. This content is inside ng template. So now save this and go to the browser. Inside the browser, we cannot see the ng template message. So guys, this is what I was trying to tell you. The content inside the ng template is not rendered in the DOM by default. It acts as a placeholder for the content that Angular can inject into the DOM when needed. So in order to render this ng template inside of the browser DOM, we have to use one of the Angular directives. So we can give an identifier to this using template variables, something dynamic template. Now inside this else, we'll call this dynamic template. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time this loaded the ng template message inside the browser. Perfect, right? So guys, once again, ng template is a powerful feature in Angular that allows you to define template content that can be conditionally or dynamically rendered inside the browser. It's a great way to create reusable and flexible templates in your application. I hope this example helps you to understand how ng template works and how you can use it in your Angular projects. In the next lectures, we'll explore more advanced directives and features of Angular. So let's move on to the next lecture. So in the previous lecture, we learned that in order to render the ng template content inside of the browser, we have to use an Angular directive, right? But there is another approach for this, like the property binding approach. For this, we have another special property for this called ng template outlet. So let's see this in action. Guys, think that we want to load something call to action button inside of this component multiple times in different areas. Simply, how do we do that? In traditional way, we simply copy and paste that button code, right? But in Angular, we can do this more efficiently using the ng template. So let's see this in action. First thing first, create a button, something, join now. So now what I want to do is I want to load this button inside the sidebar area, footer area, and also in the hero section area. For this, we'll create 3 divs. The first one is for the sidebar. The second one is for the hero section. And the third one is for the footer. So in a traditional HTML website, we will simply copy and paste this button in these 3 places. Something like this. So this will load inside the browser as well. So guys, but as I said in Angular, we can do this using the ng template. So for this, first thing first, wrap this button inside of ng template tags. So after this, give an identifier to this ng template, something, call to action. So save this and go to the browser. Now we cannot see the button inside the browser. Why is that? Because the ng template content will not render inside the browser until we trigger or call it, right? So now inside these sections, divs, how do we load this ng template? In here, we do not need to use any Angular directives. So how do we do that? Very simple. For this, we have another property in Angular called ng template outlet. So inside the first div, add square brackets and add this property ng template outlet. So now from here, access the ng template, which is this call to action. As you guys can see here, we are getting a compile error, which is this ng template isn't known a property of div. So in order to fix this, we have to import that into the app component. So same like other imports. Inside this imports array, add the module name ng template outlet. Select this from the auto suggestions. This will add the import statement automatically. This is also coming from this Angular command module. Awesome. So now we don't have the error. So save this all and go to the browser. Now we can see the join now button inside the first div sidebar. So using the same approach, we can load the same button inside the other divs as well. So inside this again pass the same ng outlet template. Let's copy and paste this from the previous div. Save this and go to the browser. Now this loaded the join now button inside these all three sections. So guys, before end of this lecture, inside of this ng template area, we can define as much as templates we needed. For example, we can add a p tag here, something call to action. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this loaded this p tag also in all of these sections. So guys, simply using the ng template, we can reuse a piece of template code again and again without repeating the same HTML code inside our browser. So guys, this is the use of ng template. So hope you guys all understand this. Alright, I think that's it for this lecture. So let's move on to the next one. Alright guys, in this lecture, let's look at our next structural directive, ng4 or the for loop directive. So basically we use this to loop a set of data stored inside of an array. So let's see this in action. So guys, first thing first, we need an array for this. So let's create this array. So go to the app component is file and create this array. Set the array name to something like users. The variable type is array and set the array type as string. Next, set a default value for this array. So how do we define an array? Yes, of course, we will define an array using square brackets. So open and close square brackets, and inside set a few dummy usernames. Set the first name as John. So guys, don't forget to put this inside quotes because this array values are strings. Alright, so the first name is John. The second array value is Sam. The third one is Smith. And finally Raj. So guys, all these values will be string data types. Okay. So now we have the array. Now I want to load these array values inside the view. So how do we do that? For this, we can use several approaches in Angular. So first, let's see the string interpolation approach. So go to the app components HTML file and create an h3 tag. Inside this, add the string interpolation scope and the array name, which is users. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, it now loaded the array values inside the browser view. But guys, if you look at this carefully, all the array values are loaded as one value separated by commas. So think about this. If I want to load these array values as separate values in separate heading tags, how do we do that? So we can simply do that using the array index values. So let's see this in action. In our array, we have 4 values. So create 4 h3 tags. Simply duplicate these h3 tags 4 times. Now we can access the array values one by one using the array index. So what will be the index for the first value? Is it 1 or 0? As you guys know, array indexes start from 0, not from 1. So we can access the array value using the array index inside square brackets, right? So hope you guys already know about this. This is nothing to do with Angular. This is just basic JavaScript. Alright, so for the first value, after the users variable, open and close square brackets and add the array index number, which is 0. For the second value, inside square brackets, use the number 1. The next value is number 2 and the last value index is number 3. So now save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, now we got the array values one by one inside separate h3 tags. Awesome, right? Alright, so guys, this is how we deal with array values using string interpolation. But this approach is not a good practice. In our example, we are the one who created this array. So we know how many values are inside this users array. But in a real world application, we cannot predict exactly how many values are inside an array. In that case, we cannot use this string interpolation approach effectively. So as a solution, we can use the ng4 directive in Angular. The ng4 directive will look inside this array and print each and every value inside the browser view until the array values are completed, right? So, alright guys, now let's see how we can do this using the ng4 directive. So down here, create another h3 tag and we want to load the array values inside this h3 tag. So how do we write the ng4 directive? So this is similar to the previous ngif directive. So first thing first, we will look at the old syntax of ng4. Then in the next lecture, we will look at the new syntax approach. So let's write the ng4 inside the opening h3 tag. As before, start with an asterisk symbol. Then the directive name is ng4. Next, we have to loop through the array. So write this statement inside quotes. So let user of users. So guys, with this, we are telling Angular to loop through the users array and assign the values to a new variable named user. So by using the let keyword, we are creating a new user variable. So this tells Angular to iterate through the users array. Hope you guys got the idea. So to load this inside the browser view, we use the same approach as before with string interpolation. So inside this, open and close string interpolation brackets. So open and close two curly brackets. So inside this, add the user variable, not the users array variable, right? So carefully note this. Alright, so before we move on, we have to import the ng4 directive to this, otherwise this will not work. So let's do this. Inside the app component ts file, go to this imports array. After this, add this ng4 directive. Select this autocomplete. This will add the import statement. So guys, this is also coming from the Angular command module. Perfect. I think that's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you can see, this loads the users array values inside these 4 h3 tags one by one. Cool, right? So with just a few lines of code, we dynamically displayed all the values in the users array inside the browser view. So once again, we use the ng4 directive to iterate over the users array. So with this statement, we create a variable named user and store each array values inside this user variable. So after that, we use string interpolation to load this inside the browser view. So guys, this is a simple use case of the ng4 directive in Angular. So hope you guys got the idea. So guys, in the previous lecture, we learned how to fetch an array using the ng4 directive, which is the old way. In this lecture, let's see the new approach using the updated ng4 syntax. So this new approach is quite similar to the old one, but with some improvements. So we will use the same scenario as before. We want to fetch this array and display the users' names one by one inside an h3 tag in the browser view. So how do we do that? So first let's create the for syntax block. How do we do that? Just like the same as the if syntax block. So we start by adding the @ symbol followed by the directive name, which is for. After this, add the parentheses and the method scope. So to define the scope, simply open and close curly brackets. So now inside the parentheses, we need to add the condition. We want to loop through the users array. So first we define a new variable. Unlike before, this is not like the previous one. In here, we don't need to add the let keyword. So just pass the new variable name user. After this, add of and array name, which is users. So we successfully added the looping condition. Now we want to load. Now let's load these values inside the browser. So this is also same as before. So create an h3 tags inside this looping scope. Inside this tag, use the string interpolation approach. So open and close two curly brackets. Inside this, pass the new looping array variable, which is user. After this, so next add this after this string interpolation loaded using for syntax block. So guys, with this we can identify the previous ng4 approach and this new approach inside the browser view. So that's it. But before we move on, you might notice an error saying that this loop must have a track expression. So what is that? In Angular, to work with this new for loop syntax, we must define a track expression. So let's do that. So after the loop statement, add a semicolon, add the track keyword and set its value to user. So which is this looping array variable. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, the users array values are loaded one by one inside the browser. So this time we used the new syntax approach in Angular. Awesome, right? So guys, this is how we loop through an array using the new for loop syntax in Angular. So guys, in the previous lecture, we learned how to fetch array data inside the browser view using a heading tag to display the data. But what if we want to load this data inside an unordered list? So let's see this in action. First, we'll look at the old ng4 directive approach and then we'll move on to the new syntax. So let's get started. First, create an unordered list inside the HTML file. So how do we create an unordered list? So for this, we use the UL HTML tags. So create UL tags and inside them create an li tag. Now inside these li tags, we want to fetch the user's name. So how do we do that? We can use the ng4 directive just like before. So inside the li tag, add the ng4 loop. So start with the asterisk symbol and add the directive name ng4. So next define the loop by creating a variable let user of users. So this is the array name. So now inside the li tags, use a string interpolation to fetch the user name. So open and close two curly brackets and inside add the variable name user. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we got our users names as a list. So this is very easy, right? So guys, before we move on, I want to show you something. Some of you guys might wonder why we wrote this ng4 condition inside the li tags instead of inside the ul tags. Can you guys tell me why is that? The reason is that ng4 directive should be used on the elements that we want to repeat. So in this case, the li elements are repeated for each user, not the UL element. If we used the ng4 on the UL tag, it would try to repeat the entire list structure instead of just the list items. Wait, let's see this in action. So cut the ng4 directive from the li tag and paste it inside the UL tag. Save this and go to the browser. As you can see here, nothing has changed. So we got the same results as before. But if we look inside the code, you can see that we got 4 different UL tags, each containing li tags. So now if I place the ng4 directive back inside the li tags, we got only one UL tag with 4 li tags inside this main UL tag. So this is what I was trying to explain. When using the ng4 directive, it should be placed on the elements that you want to repeat, which in our case, this li tag, not the ul tag. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so before we move on, let's quickly see how to do this using the new 4 syntax blocks. So first create the for block using the @ symbol. After this, add the directive for. Add the parentheses. Next, add the block scope. So now inside this parentheses, add the loop user of users. So in this syntax approach, we don't need to use the let keyword. And after this, we must also pass the track value. Add that here. After this, semicolon and the track keyword. The value is this variable user. So now inside this scope, create UL tags and li tags. Inside this li tag, simply render the user value using the string interpolation. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you can see, we got our second user list, which is loaded using the 4 syntax blocks. Awesome, right? Wait, there's one more thing. Here, without realizing it, I made a mistake. Can you guys find the problem? Yes, of course. The problem is with the UL tag. I placed the UL tag inside this block. If I look at the code inside the browser elements tab, we can see this, it's repeating the UL tags. So what is the issue here? So guys, the issue here is that by placing the UL tag inside the for block, the entire UL tag is being repeated for each user instead of just this li tags. So this is the same issue as before. To prevent this, we need to move the UL tags outside of the for loop block. So let's do this. So remove the UL tags from inside the for block and place them before the for loop syntax. And add the closing UL tag after the for loop block's scope. So that's it. Save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we got only one UL tag. So guys, remember this, we must put only the repeating element inside this for loop block scope. So hope you guys got this idea. Perfect. In a real-world application, we often have to work with object arrays, not simple string arrays like our users array. So in this lecture, let's see how we can deal with object arrays using the ng4 directive. So first thing first, let's create a new array for this. Inside the app component, ts5, add the following code. Set the array variable name as something, users obj with a capital O. After this, set this type as an array and the array type is objects. Next, assign a default value to this array. So open and close square brackets, and inside this, let's define the user values as objects. So how do we define objects? we define objects using curly brackets, right? So inside the array scope, open and close the object scope, open and close two curly brackets. Now inside this, define key value pairs for the object. So the first key value pair is id and set this value as number 1. So next, let's define the name. The key is name and the value is John. So pass this as a string value inside quotes. So next, let's define the email address. The key is email and set the value as john@gmail.com. So once again, pass this as a string value inside of quotes. So I think that's enough for this one object. So let's define a few more user objects in this array. So copy and paste the previous object 3 times and change the values. So in the second object, change the id to 2, name to Smith, and email to smith@gmail.com. For the next object, set id to 3, name to Sam, and email to sam@gmail.com. Lastly, set the id to 4, name to Raj, and email to raj@gmail.com. So guys, now we have the array of objects. So let's see how we can load this inside the browser view. So in order to load this inside the browser view, so go to the HTML file and create an unordered list. First create UL tags and after this add li tags. Now inside these li tags, let's add the ng4 directive. So even though these values are objects, the entire structure is still an array. To load array details inside the browser view, we have to use the ng4 directive. So add the ng4 directive inside these li opening tags. Start with the asterisk symbol followed by the directive name ng4. So next define the loop as before. So this is like same like previous. So define a variable, let user, after this of, and this time array name is users obj. So follow this simple capital letters carefully. So now in order to load these looping values inside the browser view, we have to use the string interpolation approach, right? So inside the li tags, add the string interpolation scope, and inside this add the user variable, which is this looping variable. Now save this all and go to the browser. So in the browser, you guys can see this object instead of the actual object values. So what is this? Can you guys tell me? So guys, actually this happened because we are trying to display the entire object directly. So that's why this loaded the object inside the browser. So this is not like the previous string array. In order to display object values inside the view, we have to access the values individually by using the object key. Wait, so let's see this in action. Inside the string interpolation, after the user variable, add a dot, and so let's load the user's name by passing the key, which is name. So it should be user.name. If you look at this carefully, you can see this compile error. So what is this error? This error is coming from TypeScript. When dealing with objects in TypeScript, we have to define the shape of our object using an interface. Otherwise, TypeScript doesn't know the exact shape of our object and it will throw this error. To fix this, we need to define an interface. However, in this lecture, we will not dive into object interfaces. So in a section, we have a dedicated section for these interfaces, right? So for now, to fix this error, simply change the array type from object to any. That's it. So now we won't get any errors. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, all the users' names are loaded inside the list. So this is how we fetch data from array objects. So in any case, if you want to load the email instead of the user's name, how do we do that? It's very simple. Just change the key of the object from name to email. So again, save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we got the email addresses instead of previous user's name. So guys, that's it for this lecture. Let's move on to the next lecture, where we will see how to fetch these object arrays using the new for loop syntax approach. Alright guys, in the previous lecture, we learned how to fetch an array object using the ng directive. So in this lecture, let's work on the how to fetch an array using the new Angular syntax approach. So first let's write the new for loop syntax. So how do we write that? So add the @ symbol. After this, directive name for. After this, next, the looping condition parentheses. At last, don't forget to add the directive scope. Now let's write the loop. So user, this is the variable. So in this new loop syntax, we don't need to pass the let keyword, right? So the loop is user of users obj, which is our users array object variable. Next, when using this new syntax approach, we must pass the track option to this loop. Otherwise, this will throw an error. So after this, add a semicolon and the track. After this, pass the loop variable user. That's it. So guys, next, let's load the values. So how do we do that? For this, we'll use string interpolation. So inside this loop scope, add a string interpolation scope. After this, add the looping array variable, which is this user. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, inside the browser, we got this object. So why is that? Can you guys remember in the last lecture, we learned about this, right? So guys, we are getting this object value inside the browser because with this, we are directly accessing the entire object. So in order to fix this, we have to pass the object key name here. So pass that after this user variable. So user.name. Save this and go to the browser. This time we got the users names, but this loaded in a single row. So in order to see this clearly, let's load this inside of UL tags. So how do we do that? So first wrap this for loop inside of UL tags. After that, inside this loop scope, create li tags and put this string interpolation value inside of li tags. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time the users names are loaded as unordered list. Awesome, right? So guys, this is how we deal with an array object using the new for syntax approach in Angular. So guys, in this lecture, let's look at another awesome feature in Angular, which is the Angular change detection mechanism. So let's do this. First, I want to add a new user object to our current object array programmatically. So guys, let's do this when pressing a button. So when user press the button, we'll call to a method, and from that method, we'll load the new user object into our user obj array. So let's see this in action. Alright, so start this by adding a new user. We'll create a button for this purpose. So guys, go to the HTML file and add the button tags. And the button text will be add new user. Now I want to call a method when I click this button. So for this, we need to bind a click event binding to this button. So how do we bind a click event? Yes, of course. So inside the button tag, add the event click inside of brackets. Next, assign this to a method called something add new user. So pass this inside quotes and don't forget to add the method parentheses. So guys, this will call the add new user method when this button clicked. So as you guys can see here, we are getting a compile error here. Why is that? Because still we don't have this method declared. So in order to fix this, let's create the add new user method in our components TypeScript file. So go to the component.ts file and create the method. So the method name is add new user. Carefully follow these capital simple letters. So after this, add the parentheses and the method scope. Now inside this, let's add a new user object to our array. So how do we do that? For this, we can use the JavaScript array push method, right? So let's see this in action. Inside this method, first let's define a new user object to push inside this array. First define a variable let user and assign this to the user object. Open and close curly brackets. Inside this, add the key value pairs id and set the value as number 5. Next name, add the name something user1, pass this inside quotes. Next the email, add this user1@gmail.com and pass this also as a string value inside quotes. Alright, so next let's push this object into our user object. So down here, access this user object variable. This keyword, after this dot, user obj, again dot, push method. So after this, don't forget to add the parentheses. Now inside this parentheses, pass the object that we want to push to our array, which is this user. So pass that here inside this push method parentheses as parameter. That's it. So guys, this push method will insert our new user object inside the array as the last array value. So I think that's it. Save this all and go to the browser. Now you should see the add new user button. Click on it. As you guys can see here, once I press the add new user button, a new user is added to our array and the user's name is loaded inside the browser view. So if I press the button again, another new user is rendered inside the browser view. So every time I click this button, you can see a new user added to the list without reloading the page. So this happens in real time thanks to the Angular's change detection mechanism. So what's happening here? Angular's change detection mechanism detects changes in the application such as a button click, an AJAX request, or any data value changes. When such changes occur, Angular updates the DOM to reflect these changes in real time. So when we click the add new user button, Angular detects the new user object added to the array and updates the list in the view immediately and in real time. So without needing to refresh anything. Once again guys, Angular's change detection mechanism is like a small bot inside our application. This bot continuously watches our entire application looking for any changes. When such changes occur, this change detection bot immediately acts and updates the DOM according to the changes in real time. This is what we simply call the change detection mechanism in Angular. So this is one of the reasons the Angular framework is getting popular day by day. Alright guys, in the previous lecture we learned how to push a new value to our user's array object, and also we learned how the Angular change detection mechanism works. So now think, in any case, if we want to remove a user object from the user obj array, how do we do that? Very simple. So let's do this. First thing first, I want to add a delete button to each array element that loads inside the browser. So go to the HTML file and add the delete button inside the first list of user, where we use the ng4 to fetch the array object. So now next to this string interpolation, add the delete button. So open and close button tags, and the button text will be delete. Now next I want to call a method from this button to write the delete operation code. So bind a click event to this. Inside brackets, the event is click, and next the method name is something on delete. So after this, add the parentheses. Now we have the delete button. Let's work on the delete logic. So go to the app component is file and create the onDelete method. So down here, method name is onDelete. Next, the parentheses and the method scope. So guys, we are dealing with an array, right? So I want to delete or remove the relevant user object when the user click the delete button. Wait, so save this and go to the browser. Now as you guys can see here, we got this delete button on each and every user value loaded inside the browser. So if I add another new user using our previous button, for this also we got another new delete button. So guys, why do we need separate delete button for each and every value? Can you guys guess? Yes, of course. So guys, having a delete button for each user allows us to remove specific user individually. Think if we want to delete the John from this list, so for this we can simply click on the delete button which is located in front of the John value, not the other delete buttons. So if I click on the Raj delete button, this will remove only the Raj user object, not the others. So this is important for user management functionality, where you might want to delete specific entries without affecting the rest of the list. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so next guys, to delete a specific value from an array, we need the array index number of target deleting object. So how do we get that? For this we have another JavaScript method in array, index of method. If we pass the any array value to this method, this will return the array index number. So let's see this in action. In order to get the index number, we have to pass the target array value to this method, right? So how do we do that? So we can pass that to this method via binding this as a parameter value. So our array object is stored inside the user variable. So pass the user variable to this onDelete method inside this parentheses. Awesome. So now we are passing the user object. From the onDelete method, let's capture it using a new variable, something user. So guys, don't get confused. This user is inside the HTML file where we're storing the looping array user objects, and this user is located inside the TS file. We created this to capture the parameter. So these two variables are totally different. Okay, so next set this parameter variable type as object. Now inside this method, let's first get the index number of the array. So this dot array variable is users obj. After this again dot and the index of method. After this add the parentheses. So this method required the array value as the parameter. So pass that here. Pass this user parameter variable inside this parentheses. So next store this inside of a variable something let index. Awesome. So we have successfully captured the index value. Let's log this down so we can see this clearly. Down here at the console.log and pass this index variable to this. Now save this all and go to the browser. Click on one of these delete buttons. As you guys can see here, inside the browser console, we got the index number of relevant user values. Perfect, right? Alright, so next by using this, we can delete the users from the users obj array. So let's see this in action. Go to the app component is file. As I mentioned before, for this we have another method called splice in JavaScript. So let's do this. After this, again add the array this dot users obj. After this dot splice and the parentheses. Guys, this method requires two parameters. One is the index number and the next one is the number of items that we want to delete. So pass the index variable as the first parameter and as the second parameter pass number 1. So we want to delete only one item at once. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. Click on this John's delete button. As you guys can see here, this deleted the John from this list. Next, let's click on the Raj delete button. As you guys can see here, this remove the Raj from the list. Awesome, right? So guys, clicking the delete button next to a user will trigger the onDelete method, which will remove that user from the users obj array. Angular's change detection mechanism will then automatically update the view to reflect the changes in real time, removing the user from the list displayed in the browser. So every time you click the delete button, the specific user will be removed from the list without needing to refresh the page. This is another demo of an Angular's change detection mechanism in handling dynamic updates to the DOM. Hope you guys got the idea. Awesome, right? Alright guys, so in the previous lecture we did this delete operation. For this delete operation we had to use the index of the array to delete the relevant array object. So for this we used this index of JavaScript array method. But guys, in Angular we have a simple approach for this. In Angular we can directly get the index of the looping array using the ng4 directive with just one line of code, right? So let's see this in action. There's not much here, just simply add this after this ng4 loop. Add a semicolon. After this again define another variable for index. So let I assign index. So guys, with this index ng4 loop will throw the current index number of the looping array. So in order to use that, we have to assign this into a variable. So this is what we did with this new variable. Alright, so we successfully captured the index of the object array values. Next, before we move on, let's load these index numbers inside the browser view so we can understand this clearly. So before the string interpolation, add another string interpolation and add the index variable, which is this I. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we got the index numbers loaded inside the browser. These numbers started from 0. Why is that? Because we are looping through an array. So array index starting from 0. Simple, right? Alright, so guys, this is how we capture the index of the looping array in Angular ng4 directive way. So now let's see how we can use this to deal with the delete operation. Nothing much here. This time just simply pass this index variable into this onDelete method parameter instead of the previous user's object. So as you guys can see here, after we changing this parameter variable, we are getting this compile error. Why is that? Because this time we are sending an index number, not an object. So in order to fix this, we have to change this variable type to number. I'll comment this. And let's create another method for this approach so we can compare them both clearly. Down here again create the onDelete method. Inside parentheses create the parameter variable something index, and this time set this type as number. Now inside this method, nothing like previous, we don't need to use the index of method because we already have the index number. So just simply add this splice method to remove that target value from the users array. So down here, this dot our array users obj and again dot splice method. So now inside this parentheses pass the index number. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. Press one of these delete button. As you guys can see here, when I click the button, that relevant item removed from the view, which means this is working as previous. Awesome, right? So guys, with a single line of code, we achieved the delete operation as we expected. So this is the beauty of Angular. Alright, so before we move on, some of you might wonder why we need to assign the index to a variable instead of using it directly. The reason is that ng4 in Angular provides a mechanism to capture the current loop's index and bind it to a local template variable. This local variable can then be used within the scope of the loop to access the current index. Without assigning it to a variable, we don't have a way to reference the index value directly in the template. So that's why we are assigning this to a new template variable. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright guys, that's it for this lecture. Let's move on to the next lecture. Alright guys, so in the previous lecture we did this delete operation. For this delete operation we had to use the index of the array to delete the relevant array object. So for this we used this index of JavaScript array method. But guys, in Angular we have a simple approach for this. In Angular we can directly get the index of the looping array using the ng4 directive with just one line of code, right? So let's see this in action. There's not much here, just simply add this after this ng4 loop. Add a semicolon. After this again define another variable for index. So let I assign index. So guys, with this index ng4 loop will throw the current index number of the looping array. So in order to use that, we have to assign this into a variable. So this is what we did with this new variable. Alright, so we successfully captured the index of the object array values. Next, before we move on, let's load these index numbers inside the browser view so we can understand this clearly. So before the string interpolation, add another string interpolation and add the index variable, which is this I. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we got the index numbers loaded inside the browser. These numbers started from 0. Why is that? Because we are looping through an array. So array index starting from 0. Simple, right? Alright, so guys, this is how we capture the index of the looping array in Angular ng4 directive way. So now let's see how we can use this to deal with the delete operation. Nothing much here. This time just simply pass this index variable into this onDelete method parameter instead of the previous user's object. So as you guys can see here, after we changing this parameter variable, we are getting this compile error. Why is that? Because this time we are sending an index number, not an object. So in order to fix this, we have to change this variable type to number. I'll comment this. And let's create another method for this approach so we can compare them both clearly. Down here again create the onDelete method. Inside parentheses create the parameter variable something index, and this time set this type as number. Now inside this method, nothing like previous, we don't need to use the index of method because we already have the index number. So just simply add this splice method to remove that target value from the users array. So down here, this dot our array users obj and again dot splice method. So now inside this parenthesis, pass the index number. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. Press one of these delete button. As you guys can see here, when I click the button, that relevant item removed from the view, which means this is working as previous. Awesome, right? So guys, with a single line of code, we achieved the delete operation as we expected. So this is the beauty of Angular. Alright, so before we move on, some of you might wonder why we need to assign the index to a variable instead of using it directly. The reason is that ng4 in Angular provides a mechanism to capture the current loop's index and bind it to a local template variable. This local variable can then be used within the scope of the loop to access the current index. Without assigning it to a variable, we don't have a way to reference the index value directly in the template. So that's why we are assigning this to a new template variable. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright guys, that's it for this lecture. Let's move on to the next lecture. Alright guys, in the previous lecture we learned how to use the index of for loop directive in the ng4 directive. So in this lecture, let's look at how to use the same index value in the new syntax approach. For this, we'll use this for loop syntax block. We created this in the previous lecture. So now let's see how to capture the index number of this looping array. So this is also same like the previous approach. First, we have to declare a variable. So let I assign. Now we have to assign this to the index. So pass that here. As you guys can see here, we are getting this compile error, unknown variable index. So what is this, guys? Can you guys guess? So guys, the problem is in this new syntax approach, this index value will be stored inside of a $sign index variable, not the simple index variable like the ng4. So in order to fix this, we have to add the $sign before this index. That's it. So now the error is gone. So guys, this is how we access the index variable in this new syntax approach. So almost same like the ng4 directive. The only difference is this $sign. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so now we can use this index value inside our looping scope. So first let's render this index number inside the browser view, so we can see this clearly. So same like previous, before the string interpolation, inside this li tag, add another string interpolation and pass the index variable, which is this I. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, now we got the index value inside this new syntax loop as well. So now using this, we can do the delete logic. Let's do this. The all other steps are same like previous. So create a button inside this loop. The button name is delete. Next, add a click event binding. From this, call the onDelete method. So guys, this method required the index number. So pass this index variable inside this parenthesis as the parameter. That's it. So we already created and wrote the delete operations inside this onDelete method. So again, we don't need to write this. So save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got the delete buttons. Delete the user John. As you guys can see, this removed the John from the list. So now again remove Smith and next and so on. So guys, delete button working as we planned. So that's it for this lecture. Once again, in order to capture the index in the syntax for loop approach, we have to use the $sign index, right? So hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so let's move on to the next lecture. Alright, so guys, think that we want to show the total number of user counts that are stored inside of our users obj array inside the browser view. So how do we do that? For this, we have two different approaches. So let's see them one by one. So first, see the JavaScript way. So guys, in JavaScript, we have the length method in arrays to get the length of an array, right? So we can simply use this to get the user counts that are stored inside this users obj array. Wait, so let's write example so we can understand this clearly. First thing first, I want to show this user count when this component loads inside the browser. For this, we can use the constructor method. So guys, don't worry about this constructor method. We will learn about this in detail in next lectures. For now, just follow this code. So inside the app component.is file, create the constructor method. Very simple. This is also same like previous regular TypeScript methods. So the method name is constructor, and next the method parentheses, and at last add the method scope. Now inside this, let's log the users count. So create a console log, and inside this log parentheses, pass this user obj array's length. So how do we access this user obj variable? This dot users obj, after this dot length. So as you guys know, this length method will return how many array values are stored inside this users obj array. In our case, can you guys tell me how many user objects stored inside this array? It's 4, right? So save this and go to the browser. Inside the browser console, we got this array length 4. In other words, user count of this array is 4. So guys, we got this array value using the array length JavaScript method. Guys, remember this, these arrays and all of the array methods that we used in previous lectures and also this lecture coming with the JavaScript or the TypeScript. These are not Angular things, right? So Angular is developed on top of the JavaScript. So that's why we can use all the JavaScript concepts, methods in Angular. Okay. Alright, so we got this value inside this component.is file, and we printed this users count inside the browser's console. So this browser console will be used by the developers, not the end users. So in order to show the total count of users inside the browser view or the DOM, we have to get this users array length inside the app component HTML file. So can you guys tell me a way to do this? Yes, of course, we can use the string interpolation approach. So go to the app component HTML file. Let's show this inside these li tags. So before this, add another string interpolation scope, open and close two curly brackets inside this. Now we have to add the length of the users obj array. So how do we do that? Simply just call the array length method from here, same like previous. So inside this users obj dot length. That's it. So guys, simply this will return the length of this users obj and render that length value inside the browser. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got this array length or the users count inside front of all of these users. So let's add another new user. As you guys can see here, this users count also increased 4 to 5. If I add another user, again this value increased. Awesome, right? So guys, this is how we capture and work with the array's length, or in our case, number of users count, using the JavaScript length approach. So in the next lecture, let's look at the Angular approach. Alright, so guys, in this lecture, let's look at how we can get the users count using the Angular approach, which is using this ng4 directive. So let's see this in action. Guys, in this ng4 directive, we have an inbuilt variable to capture the looping array's length. Something same like this index approach. So nothing much here, very simple. Just simply add this inside this loop. After this index, again, we have to create a variable to capture this. So create a new variable, something users count. So let keyword and the variable name is users count. So after this, assign this to the count variable, which is coming from this ng4 directive. So guys, why do we have to assign this to a variable? Because this is coming from the ngif directive. In order to use this inside of our HTML component file, we have to store it inside of another variable, which is declared under this scope. So otherwise, we cannot use this inside our template file, right? Alright, so now we have the users count. So let's load this inside the browser view. So for this also we have to use the string interpolation approach. Let's remove this previous JavaScript length method here, and this time let's pass this users count variable. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got the users count for printed here, same as previous. So if I add a new user, this count also changed to number 5. So this is working like previous without any issues. But this time we use the ng4 directive to get the count. So some of you guys may wonder, is there any issue if you use the previous JavaScript length method for this? Guys, there is no issue for this, but if we are using the Angular framework to develop our application, then why do we need to use the JavaScript methods? Even a better approach is available with the Angular framework, right? So always guys, if there is a better approach in Angular for any condition or logics or code, try to use that. Otherwise, you cannot take the full advantage of the Angular framework. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so guys, now let's see how we can do this getting the users array count using the new syntax block approach. So let's see this in action. Same like the previous, first we need a variable. So declare that inside this for loop syntax block, let users count, assign count. So again we are getting this error. Why is that? In this new syntax approach, this count variable modified as $count. So change it to $count. That's it. The only difference is this dollar symbol compared with the ng4 count variable, right? So next let's render this inside the browser view. Before this, add another string interpolation scope and pass the count variable here. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got this users count. Cool, right? So guys, this is how we deal with the count in Angular for directive. I think that's it for this lecture. So let's move on to the next. Alright, so guys, think if this array is empty, then what will happen to this loop? Wait, let's see this in action. Let's go to the app.component.ts file and remove all the users obj arrays objects. Save this and go to the browser. In here we got nothing, just an empty page. Why we got this empty page? Because there is no value inside our array, right? If I press this add new users button, this will start to render the new user value inside the browser. So guys, now what I want to do is I want to show a message, something like no users to display inside this browser view. So how do we do that? Can you guys guess? For this, first we have to check whether this looping array has values or not. So how do we do that? For this we have to use the ngif directive. So let's do this. Before this, create a div and inside this add a p tag and add the message that we want to show. The message is no users to display. Now I want to load this inside the browser conditionally. So for this, let's use the ngif directive. So inside this, add the ngif directive. So the asterisk symbol and the directive is ngif. So next, the condition. So what is the condition? We want to load this message inside the browser view when there is no value stored inside the users array. So let's add the condition here. The users obj, which is our array, dot length equals operator, which is double equal signs. After this add 0, because we want to check whether this array length is 0 or not. So guys, if this array length is equal to 0, this will return true. So in that case, this will render this message inside the browser. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got this no users message inside the browser. So how do we get this? Now our users obj array is empty, which means this array length will return 0. In that case, this will return true. If this return true, this message will render inside the browser view. So if I add a new user to this, as you guys can see here, this time the message is removed from the view and this loads the user's details inside the browser. Right? So guys, this time we added a new user object to the array programmatically using this add new user button. So once we add the new user value to this array length will increase to 1. In that case, the statement will return false because this length is now not equals to the 0. In that case, this will remove this p tag from the DOM. So this is what's happening behind the scenes. So guys, all this happen in fraction of second, all in real time without reloading the web page. So this is another example for change detection mechanism in Angular, right? Alright, so before we move on, I want to show you something. Some of you guys may wonder why do we didn't use this count ngIf directive value to do this logic. With this also we can get the array's length, right? So why do we using this JavaScript method here? So guys, this is a valid question, but when there is no values inside the array, this ng4 will not loop through this array. This will stop and this will move on to the next code. Wait, I'll show you this. So let's comment the previous message. Now inside this, let's add a p tag and add the message. We'll copy and paste the previous message. And inside these li tags, now let's set the ngIf directive to show this no user data message inside the browser view. The same thing we did before. But this time we'll use this count value instead of the array length method. So add the ngIf directive inside these p tags. So after this condition, let's check whether this user count value is equals to 0 or not. So the user count equals operator 0. If this user's value is 0, this should render inside the browser view, right? So save this and go to the browser. We got nothing here. So now our array is empty. So this message should render inside the browser, right? Why this is not rendering this message inside the browser? So guys, as I said before, if there are no values inside the looping array, this ng4 will stop executing and move on to the next. So in that case, this will ignore these all. So that's why this is not loaded inside the browser. On the other hand, we cannot use this count value out of this ng4 directive scope. So in order to achieve this in here, we have to use the JavaScript array length method. So there is no any other option. So that's why I used this approach. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so let's move on to the next lecture where we learn how to do the same scenario using the new for loop syntax approach. Alright guys, so in the previous lecture we learned how to deal with the empty value. For this we use the ng4 approach. So in this lecture let's see this in the new approach. So guys, there is not much. Let's do this. So first we have to get the array length. So how do we get that? Same as the previous, in here also we cannot use this count variable because the same reason. If this array is empty, this for loop won't execute. So in here also we have to use the array length approach. So now before this for loop syntax, create an if loop syntax. So how do we do that? Add symbol and the if directive, after this parentheses and the directive scope. Now let's add the condition. So users obj, which is our users array, after this dot length, next add the equals operator, which is this two equal signs. Now assign the value which is number 0. Next inside the scope add the message. So create a p tag and the message is the same as the previous, so copy and paste that here. Now after this add this to this message loaded using syntax. That's all. So save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this loaded the no user data message coming from syntax, right? So we successfully loaded the message when there is no users to fetch. Perfect, right? Before we move on, we have something new, another approach to display this empty value message in this for loop syntax. So this is coming with this new for syntax approach. So we have another new separate block for this, which is empty syntax block. So let's see this in action. It's very easy compared to the previous approach. Just simply open an empty directive block after this for syntax block. Same as other syntax templates. First add the add symbol. After this the directive name empty. For this there is no parentheses. Just simply add the curly brackets. Just simply add the directive scope with curly brackets. Alright, so now this time let's pass the empty array message inside this block. So let's simply copy and paste it from the previous. Change it to loaded from empty syntax block. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got this message which is loaded using the new empty syntax block. If I add a new user, as you guys can see here, this removes the message from the DOM and render the new user values. So this empty block also do the same thing but in a different way. So when this for loop trying to execute this loop, if this looping array is empty, this will stop executing this and move on to this empty block and render this value inside the DOM. Something similar like the if else block, right? So this is one of the new features coming with the new Angular syntax approach. So with this empty block, we can simply do this empty message without writing any conditions or logics. Awesome, right? So guys, this is how we deal with the new empty syntax block. Alright guys, so we almost completed all the features in for loop. So in this lecture, we'll quickly go through some of other properties coming with the ng4 and the for loop syntax block. So these are not that much important, but it can be sometimes helpful when you're dealing with the real world application. So let's look at the first and last properties. So guys, simply this will return a boolean value whether the current item is the first or the last item in the list. This can be useful for applying special styles of behavior to the first or last item in a list. So let's see this in action. So guys, I will do this example in the new for loop syntax. So these all valid in the previous ng4 directives as well. So let's look at the first property. So inside this for syntax loop, let's add this first property. Nothing much here, same as the previous index and this count properties. So after this count property, add the semicolon. Next create a variable for this. Let first assign the property is $sign and the property is first. So guys, in the new syntax approach, always remember all the properties are coming with the $sign, right? If you want to use this with the ng4 all directives, then we don't need to use the $symbol, right? Alright, so guys, this first property will return true if the current array item is the first one in the list. Otherwise, it will return false. So let's load this inside the browser view so we can see this clearly. So before this, add another string interpolation and add this first variable. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, in front of all the users, we got these Boolean values. For the first value, we got true Boolean value and all other values are false. So basically, this is what this first for loop directive will do. So using this Boolean value, we can add a dynamic style or we can work on something, conditional rendering and so on. So you guys will get used to this when dealing with real world applications. Alright, so next we have the last property. So guys, this is same opposite of the previous first property. So this will return a Boolean value when the current item is the last item in the list. Okay, so let's see this in action. So again, create another variable. After this, the variable this time set as last and assign this to the last property. So this also coming with the $sign, right? So in order to see this inside the browser view, so let's pass this inside the string interpolation. So inside this previous string interpolation, replace this first to last variable. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this loaded the Boolean value. Unlike previous, this time this returned true Boolean value on the last item on the list. If I add another user, as you guys can see here, this changed and this last value only returning a true Boolean value. So this is what we can do with the last property. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so let's quickly move on to the next even and odd for loop directive properties. So what is this even and odd properties? So you can find the answer simply with these property names. So these even and odd return a Boolean value when the current item is the even or the odd item in the list. If the item is even, this even property will return true, otherwise this will return false. So in other hand, this odd property will return true if the item is odd and otherwise false. Very simple, right? So let's look at this in action so we can understand this clearly. So first let's look at the even property. So as usual, create a variable, let even. After this, assign this to the $sign even property. Next, replace the string interpolation value to even, which is this even property variable. Alright, so save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we got true Boolean value front of these even array indexes. Awesome, right? Alright, so next let's look at the odd property. So after this, again create a variable for this let odd and assign this to the $sign odd property. Next, replace this even to odd. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. We got this true value front of the odd items. Perfect. So guys, that's it for these properties. These are just simple properties that are bundled with Angular 4 directive. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright guys, this is the end of the ng4 and the new for loop syntax directive. So let's move on to the next chapter, which is our last structural directive, which is ng switch case and the new syntax ng switch. Alright, so guys, in this lecture, let's look at the last structural directive in the list, ng switch case directive. For this also, we have the old ways and the new syntax approach in Angular. So first look at the old way and we'll move on to the new syntax approach. So guys, when we learning if directive, we use this example to load a message inside the view based on the user's role. If the user is admin, we loaded the welcome admin message. If the user is a member, we loaded the welcome member message and so on. So guys, for this we used the else condition and again another if conditions. and so on. So for this, we have an easy and clean approach, which is we can simply do this using the ng switch case directive. So let's see this in action. Before that, I will comment all the previous codes inside the HTML files and inside the TS files as well. So we'll do this from scratch. Next, first thing first, we need a variable to store the user's role. So add that here inside the component TS file. Set the variable name as user's role, and this R is capital. After this, type will be string, and set a default value something. Admin, pass this inside quotes. Alright, so next inside the HTML file, let's define the ng switch case directive. Wait, first let's define the HTML code, then we'll work on the directive. So first create a div, and inside this add a p tag. Inside this p tag add the message welcome admin. So next copy and paste this p tag again and change the message as welcome member. So guys, when the user is admin, I want to show this admin message. If the user is a member, I want to show this member message. That's it. So guys, now let's work on the logic. When we're dealing with this switch directive, we have to follow two steps. First, we have to define the switch. Then we have to define the cases, right? So, alright. So first we have to define the switch. So let's do this. Inside this div, add this ng switch directive. And guys, we have to define this as a property binding. So wrap this inside of square brackets. Next equal sign. Inside quotes, pass the user role variable. So guys, this is how we define the switch. With this, we are telling Angular to evaluate the user role variable and switch based on its values. So as you guys can see here, we are getting this warning cause as usual, like other ng directives, we have to import this ng switch directive as well. So go to the app component TS file and add this inside this imports array. So the directive is ng switch. Select this autocomplete. This will add the import statement. As you guys can see here, this is also coming with the common Angular module. Alright, so next we have to define the case for these messages. So inside this p tag, add this ng switch case. So carefully follow these capital simple letters. So guys, unlike this ng switch, we have to define this as a directive with a asterisk symbol. After this, equal sign and add double quotes. So guys, in here we have to define the case. So we want to show this message when the user role set as admin. So this case is admin. Now we have to pass this as a string value. So inside these double quotes, again add another single quote. Inside this, pass the admin. So guys, this is the case. So simply we are telling Angular to display this message when the user role set as admin. So in here also we are getting this warning. In order to solve this, we have to import this ng switch case directive as well. So go to the app component TS file and add this import statement. This time the directive is ng switch case. Select this autocomplete. That's it. So we successfully completed the two steps. First we define the switch and second we define the cases. With this, we are simply telling Angular to evaluate the user role variable and display the corresponding message based on its value. If the user role is admin, it will show this welcome admin message, right? So save this and go to the browser. In here, we got this welcome admin message. So how this loaded here? Because guys, by default, we set this user role value as admin. So in this case, this ng switch case will return true. So this will display this message. But guys, if you notice this carefully, we got this welcome member also printed here. Why is that? Because guys, we defined this ng switch case only for the first admin message, this p tag. So for this member message, we didn't add any condition logic. So that's why this loaded inside the browser, even this is inside this ng switch div, right? So in order to fix this, we have to add the ng switch case directive to this p tag as well. So same like previous, asterisk symbol, and the directive is ng switch case. After this, the case is, this time we have to show this message when the user role is a member. So pass this inside of quotes. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we got only this welcome admin message. So if we change this user role value as member, save this and go to the browser. So this time we got the welcome member message. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright guys, before we move on to the next, what I want to do is I want to add another user role case. Something for user role, something editor. How do you do that? Very simple. Just all we have to do is simply add another case inside this ng switch, right? So down here again create another p tag and set the p tag value as welcome editor. Next we have to define the case same as previous. First add the directive ng switch case followed by the asterisk symbol. Next the case is I want to show this message when the user role set as editor. So pass this inside double quotes and inside of single quotes. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. Still we got this member message. Why is that? Because this user role value set as member. So change this to editor. Save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we got the editor message. So guys, this is how we deal with the ng switch case directive. So in here, first we have to define the switch. Next we have to define the cases. So inside of a switch, we can add as many as cases we want. So hope you guys got the idea. So guys, before the end of this lecture, let's look at another case for this. So imagine that we are building this logic for our application's login page. If admin logged in, we are showing the welcome admin message. If the member logged in, we are showing this welcome member message, right? So think in any case, if there is no users logged into our application, in other words, this users role variable doesn't have any value assigned to this. In that case, we want to change the message to something else like please login or something, right? So how do we do that? Can you guys guess? For this guys, we can simply use another ng switch case. Let's see this in action. So first let's make this users role value as an empty string. Next inside this add another p tag and the message is please login. Now in order to show this conditionally, we have to add the ng switch case directive to this p tag. So add that here. This time the case is just an empty string. So pass that here inside of double quotes and add a single quote. Add a empty single quotes. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. We got this please login message, which means this working as we expected. But guys, using these empty string values are not a good practice. For this, we have a better approach in Angular. We have another directive for this, which is ng switch default. So using this, we can use this please login message when the user role not defined. So let's see this in action. Just simply remove this ng switch case directive and add the ng switch default directive. So asterisk symbol and the directive is ng switch default. So follow these capital simple letters carefully. So to this directive, we don't need to pass any checking values, right? So guys, we are getting this warning as usual. In order to prevent this, we have to import this directive as well. So go to the app component ES file and add the import statement inside this import array. The directive is ng switch default. Select this autocomplete. This will add the import statement. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got this please login message. So guys, how this loaded? When there is no values assigned to the user's role, this ng switch will go through these cases. If there is no any matching case, by default this will load this ng switch default message inside the browser view. So this will not only work with an empty value. So if I set something user role to apart from these switch cases values, in that case also this will print this default message. So let's change this user's role to something HR. Save this and go to the browser. Still we are getting this please login message. So guys, simply we use this ng switch default directive to display a default message when there is no matching cases. So hope you guys got the idea. Awesome. Alright guys, that's the end of the ng switch case directive. So in the next lecture, let's look at the new switch case syntax approach for this. Perfect.